Advisory Committee Act. The purpose of today's meeting is to ask for your input or your organization's input regarding the multimodal infrastructure and provide a forum for the exchange of information. To that end, it would be most helpful to us for you to provide these recommendations and information based on your personal experience, your individual advice, information, or facts regarding these topics. The object of the session is not to obtain any group position or consensus. Rather, the U.S. Department of Energy is seeking as many recommendations as possible from all individuals at this meeting. It's now my pleasure to introduce Melanie Kennardine. She is Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Energy and Director for the DOE Office of Energy Policy and Systems Analysis. In July of this year, Ms. Kennardine was named one of the top 5 women in Washington shaping energy policy by the National Advisor. Ms. Kennardine.
Actually, National Journal. Thank you all for coming today, and we are seeking, as noted, input into the QER. We're going across the country. My office is organizing these meetings. I extend a special thank you to the staff. They've done a great job. They are very focused on getting both geographic and sectoral input into the Quadrennial Energy Review. I'm not going to say anything about that. The Secretary is going to talk about that, and Secretary Moniz. We have 2 secretaries here. Secretary Moniz will talk about the QER in a minute, as will Dr. Holden. It's my pleasure today to introduce you to Rahm Emanuel, the 55th Mayor of Chicago. Among many things, you can read his bio in your packets, but he's focused on education and infrastructure investment and rail safety. I think he's going to say a little bit about rail safety. These are a couple of topics, infrastructure and rail safety, that we're going to focus on today. I have had a personal experience with Rahm Emanuel. We are both members of the Clinton administration diaspora. He became the mayor of Chicago, and I'm introducing him. But I did meet with him. I worked for the Gas Technology Institute up the street here in Illinois. I started my pitch. He said, "What is the bottom line? Get to the bottom line." And the bottom line was I was seeking support for unconventional oil and gas research money. He gave his support to that, and so I think we can give him partial credit for the oil shale and the oil shale gas development that we're seeing here in the country today, and he is helping manage some of the problems that we are seeing as a result of that dramatic increase in production. He was true to form in the meeting I had with him, and I'm going to quote his own words, and they were precisely what he said to me. "Put your points on the board, show people you can govern and deliver on what you said you were going to deliver on." And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Mayor Rahm Emanuel.
I don't know about the rest of you. When she says I'm going to quote him directly, I took a deep breath. I was like, Melanie, there's cameras. This is a family-friendly conference. Please don't do that to me. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank both Secretary Fox, all the secretaries, Secretary Energy, Moniz here, also Joanne Darcy from the Army. I can't think of a better time and place to have this meeting. I always describe Chicago as the inland port of America. If it runs on runways, rails, or roads, it comes in and out of Chicago, and based on weather, sometimes we just don't let it out of Chicago, but it definitely comes in here. And we are the transportation hub of America and the intermodal capacity. That is both an advantage, but we also means that when it comes to national policy, we have a direct stake in what's decided. It actually impacts the quality of life we have in our neighborhoods and communities throughout the city of Chicago. And by way of context, on any given day, there's around 500 freight trains that come through the city of Chicago. I joke sometimes, it takes 3 days to get a freight train from New York to Chicago, 3 days to go from Chicago to LA, and 3 days to go from the northwest side and the southwest side through Chicago. But that said, we have a direct stake in this conference and the direct stake in the policy recommendations because it impact where you see that rail through the city, and when it's 500 rail cars coming through, not all of it carrying hazardous material, but a lot of it now, because of change, is carrying oil, gas, and other types of materials. And so what's happening on this discussion, what's happening with this conference, directly impacts the communities, first responders, and how we actually develop. I do want to call out Secretary Fox for his report the other day and recommendations for the industry as a down payment. Simply said, we have actually a new energy and new transportation context happening in the country right now. We're in the early stages, first year of that process. It calls out, therefore, for a fresh look at the policy, as the Secretary did just the other day. Now, I have been a long-time advocate since that change, and I do want to say one thing, Melanie, I do believe in the research and development, all the economic and other and foreign policy and national security advantages with the energy freedom that's emerged, but that doesn't mean you take a back seat as it relates to the investments and changing policy, that if it's going to change the context, what other things do we have to do to stay at par and equal so everybody benefits and nobody gets hurt? Now, I do think what happened in Quebec is a wake-up call. I just told you that there's 500 trains not around on a daily basis, comes in and out of the city of Chicago, our neighborhoods, our communities in that area. Now, as I said earlier, as we were talking, both the secretaries and going over data, this is not a hard number, but those rail tracks, 430 primary schools within a half mile, 90 high schools within a half mile, 30 colleges and universities within a half mile. We're on summer break, 300 parks and playgrounds within a half mile. If we do not do what we need to do as those in public office, allow the industries to take the steps they need to from an advantage both on environmental policy but on energy policy, but then do the investments we need to do. Because I will tell you, God forbid something happens, the first people that will be responding will be the police and fire department of the city of Chicago. The federal government will be there in about 48 hours. Where are the resources to do the training? We're a big city. Obviously, this impacts also medium and small cities. So where are the resources to train your first responders to deal with a different type of context besides a high-rise fire, an apartment fire, or a situation on the street? Given all the schools and parks and universities I just mentioned. Given that the rail of both cargo intersects here in the city of Chicago with commuter rail, I am a firm believer, and I just want to stress this, there should be a fee that allows to set up a pool of dollars to both train the police and fire and first responders of the communities that are directly impacted, and also to upgrade the infrastructure from a security standpoint to ensure that you have a modernized rail system that lowers the threat of the rail that is carrying this material. What Secretary Fox recommended just about a month ago, I strongly support. Not as the end, but as the beginning of a process to begin to make sure that on a policy level, that we are doing everything we need to stay up with where the industry is going from both energy and a transportation standpoint. And it's essential for our communities, our neighborhoods, and our families that live near this increasing rail traffic of material. So I want to welcome all the participants in the conference, welcome everybody that's here. I think this is a fitting time. I can say this as a mayor who has participated with other mayors, big and small. This is an issue pressing across the country for mayors. And the report coming out of here as we do the quadrennial review is not one to sit on the shelf and gather dust, but is a call to action based on the recommendations to help our communities not become as vulnerable as they are today to what's happening in their own backyard And I want to thank, again, the conference being here. And in conjunction with that, just as by way, whether it's oil and gas carried on rail, we also today as a city announced a cease and desist order to those that are operating petcoke storage facilities on the southeast side of the city of Chicago, not in compliance with the protections that we have for every child in every community in the city of Chicago. And again, it's a part and parcel of a strategy to make sure that our regulations and our oversight as it relates to public health and public safety is consistent with where the industry and the economy are going, and that our communities are not made vulnerable by the changes going on in the economy overall. Again, thank you for this time, and thank you for having the conference here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I worked at the Department of Energy the entire 8 years of the Clinton administration, doing fundamentally what I'm doing now. And never thought when I came back into the department that I would be so focused on oil transport by rail and oil transport by barge. And the energy space has changed so dramatically just over the last few years that it is a very, very different infrastructures that we are looking at today. And part of what we are doing in the QER is working to address the precise issues that you raised, Mayor Emanuel. And the next person I'm going to introduce is Assistant Secretary Jo Ellen Darcy. She is the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works Corps of Engineers. And Mayor Emanuel talked largely about rail. The Corps of Engineers has responsible for inland waterways. When we look at all of these energy infrastructures, most of them are in the hands of the private sector. The inland waterways actually are a significant federal responsibility, and so we are very interested in hearing from the Corps of Engineers, and I think they need a lot of support and help on modernizing those inland waterways with the dramatic increases in energy being transported by barge, particularly oil, and so. Jo Ellen comes to the Department of Defense and the Corps of Engineers from Capitol Hill, where she was the senior environmental advisor to the Senate Finance Committee, and had many positions on Hill prior to that, doing significant energy and environmental work and policy work. So, Jo Ellen Darcy, thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, and thanks everybody for inviting me to be part of today's quadrennial session. This is the first time I've been able to participate, so I'm looking forward to that. And I also want to emphasize one thing that the mayor talked about: rails and runways and roads, and Secretary Fox and I always talk about those 3 R's, but I'm here to talk about the 4th R, which is rivers. So we want that to be part of any conversation about transportation and the future of this infrastructure, because it's incredibly important to the vitality of this economy in this country. So a little bit about the Corps of Engineers. We're responsible for the development as well as the protection and restoration of our nation's water resources, including commercial navigation, as well as flood risk management, environmental restoration. We provide hydroelectric power, recreation, as well as municipal and industrial water supply. Also, in addition to that, the Civil Works program has an important regulatory mission. The Corps is responsible for permitting construction in all of the navigable waters, and as well as the disposition of dredged and fill materials into the waters of the United States, including all of our wetlands. Together with some of the other federal agencies, we're working to improve the performance of our agency and others on the federal permitting and review of our infrastructure projects. As part of this work in support of President Obama's executive order on infrastructure, which he issued in March of 2012, the Army Corps of Engineers is currently listing 8 projects on what's called the President's Dashboard for increased permitting, synchronization, as well as delivery to our customers. We've had completed 6 of those 8 projects. One of them is the East St. Louis levees here in Illinois, as well as projects around the country, including hydroelectric projects. We've also participated in interagency efforts to develop an implementation plan for President Obama's memo for modernizing our infrastructure permitting. And that was released in May of this year. And one important component of this effort has been advanced through a partnership with the Department of Transportation as well as the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers. And what we're doing is looking at all of the requirements for NEPA under federal environmental law, and we're trying to be more efficient with our customers, so we're trying to synchronize the requirements for the Corps of Engineers, for Coast Guard, as well as transportation and permitting future projects, especially our bridge projects. And we collaborated with DOT in New York, New Jersey Harbor, and a couple months ago, the President came to see the progress that was made because of this collaboration at the Tappan Zee Bridge, because we're doing work on the Tappan Zee Bridge in coordination with the deepening of the New York, New Jersey Harbor. So that effort is an example of how the President's initiative on permitting is working. The inland maritime transportation system of this country, as you all know, is a vital role in our economy. It enables the movement of over 565 million tons of commodities, which is about $180 billion worth of money. The Corps of Engineers is responsible for operating and maintaining about 12,000 miles of inland and coastal waterways, and we've always played a major role in our nation's marine transportation system, as well as managing all those water resources. About 57% of the tonnage that's moved on the water is coal and coke and petroleum products, which fuel our country. And these commodities movements are often for hundreds of miles from their origin to their destination, and many of them have to traverse over 20 different lock sites on the inland maritime system, which are owned and operated by the Army Corps of Engineers. Transporting these products, as you know, is much less expensive than land or air-based transportation. A gallon of fuel for inland towing can carry a ton of cargo 576 miles. That same gallon of fuel on rail would carry 1 ton 413 miles. And if you put it on a truck, that same fuel will take that ton of only 155 miles. So keeping the traffic on our inland waterway system efficient and deliverable is incredibly important, not only to the economy, but also to our energy consumption. In 2010, the Corps of Engineers for the first time completed what we call our operational assessment. We looked at all of the assets that are associated with the inland maritime system that we own and operate. We looked at 160,000 different components on this system, and for the first time we now have a handle on, and we know the condition of all of those components, and about 2/3 of them we've determined to be mission critical. And what that means is that a failure of these components would adversely impact our ability to move commercial navigation traffic through locks in order to maintain our navigation pool and to keep our dams operating as well. So despite the fact that about 60% of our lock chambers on the inland maritime system are about 50 years old, a large percentage of our mission critical components show us that it's just basic wear and tear. However, we have to continue to invest funds for maintenance of these components because, as I said, any failure of those components will impact. The President has determined that this is a critical component, and I think part of that is demonstrated by his initiation of a ports task force that I serve on with other members of the cabinet in order to determine what we should look forward to the future as far as having a port strategy for the nation. We have to look at not only our inland navigation system, but the expansion of the Panama Canal, which is going to bring larger ships into our ports, and how we are going to be able to be competitive worldwide with those expansions. The President's Task Force Initiative on Ports hopefully will have some recommendations this year, but also by the value of the amount of product that's shipped on our inland waterways, about $1.4 trillion moved through our core constructed dams and locks in 2010. So that's a great deal of economy that we need to be able to ensure is going to be there in the future. With all of the transportation issues, we also need to continue to monitor and improve our environmental impacts on our waterways. We within the Corps of Engineers, as part of President Obama's sustainability initiative, have set goals for ourselves to reduce our energy consumption. What we've done is we've made a commitment to increase our renewable electricity consumption to 20% of our agency's total energy consumption, and also to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 23%, all by 2020. These targets address greenhouse gas emissions for our daily operations at our core facilities, as well as our vehicles and our vessels. The Corps of Engineers also, you may or may not know, not only are we the largest provider of outdoor water-based recreation in the country, with 370 million visitors a year, but we are also the largest operator of hydroelectric power plants in the U.S. We have 75 plants with a total installed capacity of over 20,000 megawatts, and we produce about 100 million kilowatt hours a year. This is nearly a third of this country's total hydropower output, and it's enough energy to serve about 10 million households, or roughly 10 cities the size of Seattle. So we are a great contributor to this. And the greatest benefit from this hydro program, of course, not only is the abundant low-cost energy for the products, but also we are operating them and so we are immune from the price increases from fossil fuels. We also do part of this operation in collaboration with both the Department of Energy and a lot of our local sponsors. And because of this advantage of this hydropower source, we're going to continue to play an important role in meeting the energy needs in the years to come. We've had part of, I think, in looking forward, I mentioned earlier the collaboration with both the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation and the Coast Guard. And I think those kinds of efforts are going to yield great results in the future, because we're finding that not only in synchronizing and streamlining our permitting process are we getting projects underway earlier, which is always cost effective, but we're also looking at greener ways in order to do that as well. So I'm interested in hearing what this quadrennial review meetings will produce. I know Melanie has said that a lot has been learned from them, and with the 15 going on around the country, I think that's going to be a great resource for us as policymakers to help educate us for the future of what it is we need to do in order to be a sustainable, not only economy, but also energy-wise. So I thank you for having me here today, and I love being in Chicago. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I love being in Chicago, too. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. John Holdren. He is the Assistant to the President for Science and Technology. He's the President's Science Advisor. He is the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy and the co-chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. He is a world-class scientist, was on the faculty at Harvard and Berkeley. Importantly, in his role as co-chair of PCAST, in November of 2010, he and then Professor Moniz worked on a study that recommended that the federal government do a quadrennial energy review. And with a emphasis on making policy recommendations that were rigorously developed and were based on sound data and information. And based on that recommendation, the president issued a presidential memorandum this year. And in that memorandum, this is a White House-led process. Dr. Holdren is co-chair of the task force on the Quadrennial Energy Review, along with Dan Utek with the Domestic Policy Council. Dr. Holdren has been an innovator, an instigator, and an inspiration for the QER. Coming over from the airport last night, we dropped Dr. Holdren off at his hotel, went on to ours, and I said to Secretary Moniz what an incredible supporter he has been of this compressed but important effort. And so we appreciate all he's done, including being the inspiration for this. Let me introduce you to Dr. Holdren here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Melanie. And let me start by adding my welcome to those you've already heard to this 8th Regional Stakeholder Meeting in the Quadrennial Energy Review. And I also want to convey greetings from President Obama, who I can assure you is following this process very closely. And I want to thank all of my colleagues up here on the dais, and particularly Mayor Rahm Emanuel for making time to be with us this morning. I'm going to step back from the specifics offered by Assistant Secretary Darcy and say a few words from the 30,000-foot view of the Quadrennial Energy Review. President Obama's energy vision is one where affordable, clean, and secure energy contributes to a very wide range of national goals. One set of those goals, of course, involves economic growth, competitiveness, and job creation. Another one involves protecting our environment, and perhaps most challenging within that space, protecting the global climate. And another, of course, is contributing to U.S. national and homeland security. Achieving that vision and those goals requires a comprehensive and an integrated energy strategy, and that's what the QER is designed to help achieve. The QER process is built, in fact, on 3 pillars. One is strong technical analysis led by the group in the Department of Energy, led by Melanie Kenderdine. A second pillar is strong contributions and interactions among the many federal agencies that also have stakes and responsibilities in the energy domain, even beyond those of the Department of Energy. And as Melanie has mentioned, that entails an interagency process that I co-lead from the White House. And in fact, you can get the multi-agency character of the QER just looking at the folks up here on the dais, where we have the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Energy, the head of the Army Corps of Engineers, along with the mayor of Chicago. The third pillar is active engagement of external stakeholders, and that's what this series of regional stakeholder meetings is all about. Those of us who ultimately will have the responsibility of writing up the Quadrennial Energy Review for the President are going to learn a lot from the presentations that are going to follow this morning. Some of us are going to have to leave early and will not hear those presentations live, but they're being recorded, and I can assure you that we'll give them careful attention going forward. We've learned a lot from the previous stakeholder sessions in this series, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot from this one. The focus, as you've already heard, for the QER in its first year is the nation's infrastructure for transporting, transmitting, storing, and delivering energy. And I do want to stress that quadrennial does not mean that something happens only once every 4 years. The QER is structured to have what we call a moving spotlight approach, where we look at a different set of issues each year, and the spotlight for this first year is this set of infrastructure issues. That infrastructure is increasingly being subjected to rapid changes, new stresses, new demands from a variety of forces. And the first of those forces is the changing physical flow of energy commodities in the United States. Our transportation infrastructure has evolved in part in response to past patterns of where we've produced the raw materials for our energy system and where those materials have been consumed. And those patterns and flows have been changing rapidly in the last few years as the development of new sources of energy and the introduction of new energy technologies have shifted demands and patterns of energy supply and transport. Second major factor is that U.S. population growth and regional migration trends have caused concurrent shifts in the shipment of many non-energy goods by highway, rail, and waterways. The energy uses of our transportation infrastructure have to compete with these other demands for the same infrastructure. And a third factor is the new set of demands and challenges that are being placed on the transportation system by our growing concerns about global climate change. That includes not only policies aimed at mitigating transportation's greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption, it also includes policies and practices for adapting the transportation system to changes in patterns of temperature, patterns of precipitation, flooding, storm surges, wind loadings that are already occurring and will continue in the future as a result of global climate change. An overarching issue that adds complexity to the whole domain is the diversity of the array of decision makers and stakeholders who have to deal with it. State transportation planners, railroad folks, barge operators, trucking firms, oil and gas producers, refineries, farmers, ethanol manufacturers, electric power plant operators, industrial consumers, environmental regulators are just some of the constituencies that play important roles in this domain. And while those diverse stakeholders often act independently and sometimes have goals that are in tension with each other, the impacts of the individual decisions that they make are all intertwined. So this is a big challenge. And given this extraordinarily complex and extraordinarily coupled nature of energy and transportation systems, it's, I think, particularly important that we take a clear look at where the most urgent questions in each of the major modes of transportation are. That is going to be the task of the three panels today on highway transportation, rail transportation, and transportation along our national waterways and coasts. I'm pleased that key members of the agency and White House staff working on the QER are going to be able to learn firsthand today from the distinguished experts covering these topics. I look forward to the opportunity of studying what these folks have to say in greater detail and learning from it. And with that, let me turn it back to Melanie.
Thank you so much, John. Now I'm going to introduce you to Secretary Anthony Fox. Secretary Fox is the 17th U.S. Secretary of Transportation. He was sworn in on July 2nd, 2013. Prior to that, he was the mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, where he spent a lot of his time as mayor working on trains, planes, and automobiles. According to his bio, focused on light rail. He expanded the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. I did not know when I read your bio that that was the sixth largest, busiest airport in the country. Maybe the world. Yeah, bigger, yeah. And that's what it said in the bio. And before that, he was on the city council attorney. You can read his bio. And I would say a couple of things. Our staffs have been working very closely together, DOE and DOT. Dr. Holdren mentioned the interagency nature of the QER. There are enormous equities in all of the agencies in energy. And so we have been working with his staff on rail safety, pipeline issues, vehicle miles traveled, et cetera, et cetera. All of these pieces are very important for the final QER. And then I would note one more thing, and this is of significant interest to frequent flyers everywhere. Secretary Fox persuaded the FAA to ease restrictions on electronic devices on airplanes. And that's really important to me. I suspect it's important to a lot of people in the room. Thank you, Secretary Fox. And without further ado, let's give a hand to Secretary Fox.
Thank you, Melanie, and good morning, everyone. It is occasionally an opportunity for me as the U.S. Secretary of Transportation to deliver good news, and it was indeed a good day for us when we were able to allow you to turn your iPads and other things on airplanes. It is equally part of my job to sometimes be a bit of a wet blanket on what is otherwise a very good story. And before I get into the meat of what I have to say today, I do want to recognize my colleague, Secretary Moniz, and his department for really doing such a great job in standing up this Quadrennial Energy Review. And my thanks as well to Dr. Holdren, who I think you've already gotten a glimpse of why all of us within the administration stop and put our pens down when he talks, because he is someone who comes with an incredible amount of knowledge and insight on these issues, as well as Joellen Darcy from the Army Corps of Engineers, and of course Melanie. One word about your mayor. I served as a mayor with Mayor Emanuel, and he has given voice on these issues for a lot of mayors who do share concerns about the challenges of ensuring safety in the transmission of energy around this country. And so, Mayor, I want to thank you so much for your leadership on those issues as well. Now, I don't think it's news to anyone that the dramatic spike in domestic energy production is a huge opportunity for the U.S. It is, in fact, in some corners, known as a game changer in the U.S. Clearly, it's a positive development for our economy and for developing the kind of energy independence Americans have longed for many, many years. But with this greater production comes greater responsibilities. And we have a responsibility to the city of Chicago, to the state of Illinois, to the entire country, to ensure that as we ramp up production of energy in new places, that we have a regime of safety that is consistent with the standards that we've set in this country for years. Chicago, in fact, as the mayor said, is the freight hub of the country, placing this city at the center of transporting this new energy. And as it stands, there are capacity issues in that network that need to be addressed. In addition to that, repairs and upgrades that need to happen. And that's why at DOT we are promoting a national freight plan. First of its kind initiative to dramatically ramp up our investment as a country in the ability of goods to move from one place to another in this country. That's really important because, as Dr. Holdren has said, the sheer volume of freight moving in this country, energy-related and non-energy related, is starting to create bottlenecks in the system. And as we try to deal with some of the safety issues on the energy side of that, that creates complications if we don't have more capacity. And so I want to put a little plug in here for our administration's effort to do this through the Grow America Act, our transportation bill, that would dramatically increase and create a national freight strategy, a national freight plan, and the funding to implement that plan, $10 billion over 4 years to do improvements to our rails, to our roads, to our ports, to our inland ports and waterways, so that we can more efficiently move freight around the country. And as I've said, everything we do at USDOT, the undercurrent of everything we do is safety. That's our North Star, and it's something that all of us want to work to ensure. Now in Chicago, you're seeing significantly more crude and gas moving through your network. And this energy is traveling in a variety of ways, by truck, by rail, by barge. And again, as that increased movement of these materials begins, we have to raise the bar on safety. At DOT, we've taken more than 24 steps just over the last year to make sure that we're improving the ways in which all of this material moves through our country. And just parenthetically, I took the oath of office as U.S. Secretary of Transportation on July 2nd, 2013. Lac Megantic happened on July 6th. So I've been dealing with this issue and the concerns around it virtually the entire time I've been Secretary of Transportation. The domestic maritime industry is building tank barges at record rates to move energy products. And our administration, being a strong supporter of the Jones Act, which promotes a strong U.S. flag fleet and enhances safety, will continue to work with the maritime industry to ensure that the assets are in place to safely transport crude oil and other products by rail. But let me say this, by barge. Let me say this, the increase in transport by rail has significantly increased in just the last 5 or 6 years. In fact, we've seen the biggest increase in the trafficking of crude by transportation through rail, and much of that has happened in the North Dakota Bakken region. We know through our ongoing testing program called Operation Classification that Bakken crude is on the high end of volatility compared to other forms of crude oil. We also know that production in the Bakken region has skyrocketed, and this is an alarming figure. More than 4,000% increase in rail car loads just since 2008. 4,000%. And this is why we recently issued a rulemaking proposal to improve the safe transportation of large quantities of flammable materials by rail, particularly crude oil and ethanol. And I want to just spend a brief moment talking to you about the details of that proposal. Our rulemaking proposes to enhance tank car standards. Specifically, it phases out the use of older DOT 111 tank cars for shipments of packing group 1 flammable liquids, including most crude oil, within 2 years. It also sets the stage to improve design requirements for tank cars built after October 1st of next year by proposing, among other things, thicker, more puncture-resistant shells, and other safety features like enhanced braking and rollover protection. We're proposing to require a higher standard for classifying and testing mine gases and liquids, including most crude oil. We're also proposing new operational requirements for trains carrying 20 or more carloads of flammable liquids, like restricting speeds and doing risk assessments of routes and notifying state emergency response commissions to ensure first responders in those states will be prepared to respond in the event of an oil train emergency. Our proposal is now open for public comment, and I've asked our stakeholders to comment within the 60-day period. Sometimes in these rulemakings, you've extended those periods beyond 60 days. Our intention is not to extend this comment period, so we're really hoping that folks who have something to say about this will respond within the 60-day period, because we realize the urgency of getting to a final rule. Because this is an urgent issue, again, we're not going to extend the deadline. But let me say again, I want to thank everyone for participating in this QER meeting. As America continues to go on the upward trajectory towards energy independence and being the world leader in energy production, I think all of us feel that we have a concomitant responsibility to ensure that we're setting the world pace for safety in the transportation of energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Fox. I did work in the Clinton administration at the Department of Energy for 8 years. Secretary Pena went from being the Secretary of Transportation to being the Secretary of Energy. I got to work with Secretary Pena as well. I won't divulge, out of deference to the two secretaries at the table, I won't divulge what Secretary Pena said about which job he liked better. But he did certainly recognize talent when he saw it. Secretary Pena had worked with now Secretary Moniz when Secretary Moniz was at the White House in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, sought him out and brought him over to the Department of Energy. I think he'd already gone back to MIT at that time. Brought him over to the Department of Energy as the undersecretary at DOE. At that point in time, there was only one undersecretary position. We now have 4. Secretary Moniz did an incredible job then. He, like Dr. Holdren, is a fabulous scientist. He was on the faculty of MIT for 40 years. I've had the pleasure to work with him off and on for 17 years, and was with him at MIT for 6.5 years, where we did very rigorous studies, multi-year, multidisciplinary studies, future of natural gas, future of coal, future of nuclear power, et cetera, et cetera. He is very, very committed to rigorous database policy analysis and was on the PCAST group that recommended we do a QER. And so he's pushing me off the stage. He must have a lot of important things to say, or we have to leave. Go ahead.
Good, thank you, Melanie. As John said, her office is really on the point in terms of the analytical approach to the QER, and it's a huge job and being done quite professionally. A lot's already been said about why we're here, but so I'll just try to be more idiosyncratic in making a few points. But first, I want to say it's great to be back in Chicago, where I was a couple months ago with the mayor, and in that event in particular, there were, I would say, three threads of the discussion: clean energy, innovation, where we were able to support an incubator here for energy technology, but also capacity building and particularly minority education. And those were three threads that the mayor has emphasized very importantly. I might also add that as demonstrated by Secretary Fox today and by me a few months ago, it's hard to get out of here without one less check in the checkbook when we come to Chicago. So, but doing a great job. Which then again to Anthony Fox, a great colleague in the cabinet. And I might say one of the reasons for that is bringing that mayor's perspective. That brings a kind of grounded truth about the problems we have to address. In fact, as we heard from Ram, how the large issues we're discussing today do come down to issues like safety in neighborhoods, as also emphasized by Anthony. And we're buddies from everything from energy infrastructure to jazz fans, so it's great. Also, Joe Ellen, thank you. It does emphasize, again, the multi-agency aspect, but I just can't emphasize enough the importance of our collaboration with the military and especially the Army Corps of Engineers in this case. She mentioned hydro. Another example, I would say, is the emphasis that we will be giving to, with the Corps, looking at small hydro as an area where we still have lots of opportunity to go forward. And John Holdren, I'll just say that our relationship goes back into the mists of time in terms of our shared interest in energy and also national security issues. Let me just say a few words and re-emphasize some of the points made. First, in particular, the revolution in gas and oil production in this country, we all know is remarkable. We are the biggest producer of oil and gas. As the President has said, it's not Russia, it's not Saudi Arabia, it's the United States of America now with our increase. The geographical change in that production, with shale gas now essentially half of our natural gas production, with shale oil literally growing by over 1 million barrels a day in 1 year, is incredible, but that has produced, has a large ripple effect. Again, just to reemphasize, things like the Marcellus in Pennsylvania, in that region, the Bakken in North Dakota in that region, has changed things. We were used to flows of fuels north to south, some west to east. We have a lot of reversals of that. And our infrastructure just frankly hasn't caught up completely to that, and that's why we're here today, especially here in Chicago, geographically located between Pennsylvania and North Dakota, a major transportation node, and so here we need to hear what is happening in terms of challenges and what are the opportunities to address this, not only here, but this is a great place to have this meeting. I might just note as an anecdote that the ripple effects of this U.S. production, while we will discuss them here in terms of energy infrastructure, just this week the President hosted really this historic U.S.-Africa summit with almost 50 heads of state from Africa. I hear from, say, the Prime Minister of Algeria, for example, gee, we've lost a market. Our decrease of imports is a decrease of their exports, and so they are having to look for new markets for where their light sweet crude oil can go. So this is a major, it's a global effect from what we're doing, but certainly we have this local issue if you like. So that's really one of the major points. This question of the change and challenge to our infrastructure. I might add, we did an activity earlier this year with our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We put out 5 million barrels to test what would happen in an emergency, precisely because we lost some certainty in terms of which way pipes would flow, how many maritime assets would be available for distribution. That report will soon be available, and I would just say that we learned some lessons, and we have some issues to address going forward. Another point, we have seen the challenges in infrastructure. One not mentioned today yet is the impacts of natural gas shortages. Certainly in an analogous meeting in New England, we heard about the challenges of getting gas there, and last winter, when the polar vortex came, natural gas prices were not the $4 we hear about. They went to $100, roughly speaking, in the Northeast. Infrastructure constraints. And another one that was certainly very evident in this part of the country, the propane issues, similarly with the polar vortex, and factors coming together that we had not anticipated, frankly, such as the impact of a large corn crop. Well, what does that mean? That means a lot of propane for drying it. And so this year, we are certainly continuing our focus on that, but really that brings us to a very important part of our Quadrennial Energy Review, is a regional focus, because we believe that the energy challenges, including the infrastructure challenges, it's not one size fits all. We have a set of regionally based challenges, and that's why it's so important for us to get out into the country to these regions and get input from the panels, for sure, as John said, but also from the public. And I want to emphasize, the input opportunity is not just today. Hopefully today we will get that, but we will also stimulate further thinking, and we are open to input in multimodal ways in terms of helping us in with the path forward. Specifically, we will have in the QER a set of regional fuel resiliency studies to look at how we can best prepare for impacts that may come from extreme weather, for example, which in fact brings us back to a theme that John Holdren mentioned, and I would urge those of you who have not seen it to look at our recent administration climate assessment report that really lays out the scientific basis for why we need to respond to climate, even as we respond to economic opportunity and economic need, and as we respond to our security concerns. The last point I'll mention is a very important part. It's in the QER, but it's a broader issue as well. We have an outstanding energy data organization, the Energy Information Administration, but we know that as we look across the administration, we still have a lot to do in terms of gathering, understanding data. For example, I will mention that if we look at the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers, we may not have complete convergence on things like some of the environmental impacts of water transportation. So we're going to be working on that as well in terms of making sure we get the best data and the best opportunities to communicate the data to, for example, governors and mayors who will need that in terms of preparing for various unplanned eventualities. So that gives you a little bit of flavor of what we're doing, and I'd like to now turn it back so that we have at least a few minutes for having some Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions directed to any of our panelists? Yeah, sir.
My name is Dr. Perkins, and I do represent the propane industry, so it's always a pleasure to hear the question to you is really a two-part question. And first, it's a compliment. Certainly earlier this year, you spoke.
Spend some time on that part. We'll like that.
Expand it, yeah, expand that part.
Just feel like you're a U.S. Senator. Go. Just let it rip.
But I do want to compliment the Secretary and the staff, because certainly all of us in the propane industry really appreciated your efforts, your staff's efforts, and really policy officials throughout the country who work to address the issues you just talked about from last winter. As we look forward to next winter, we begin to see, again, very large potential corn crop, concern about degree days again, and really we begin to worry about strained infrastructure, the exact infrastructure we're talking about today, pipelines, rails, marine. So my question is really this: as a matter of really public safety and then also to help consumers prepare, our efforts have been to really work with the consumers to see that, A, they stockpile inventories, and then also that we really replenish inventories throughout the country. Do you tend to agree that that's the right strategy for us, or do you see other things we should do?
Thank you. I have to say, first of all, I think, it's fair to say that the propane, really the crisis last winter, I think, taught a lot of people about the importance of propane in our economy. Secondly, thank you for the compliment. I want to say that it is an administration. It should be an administration-wide. For example, my colleague here took actions in terms of some waivers on the transport side. The point you raise about preparing for the winter is a critical one. Let me say that, for example, today in Pad 2, in the Midwest, we do have a larger inventory than last year. We have had some fairly rapid fills in the last few weeks, but we're still below the 5-year average. And as you said, Secretary Vilsack has pointed out to me directly that we may have a larger crop to come this year. So we need to prepare. I think the educational approach that you're talking about with consumers is right on, spot on. We should be now filling our tanks, getting our inventories up. That's happening in the Conway hub, but I think it's all the way down to the distribution chain and to the consumer as well. So I want to thank you for pushing that kind of an education campaign. We will want to work with you and your colleagues this winter. And I'll finish by saying, in fact, we are at the EIA. They are, for example, providing new web-based tools on inventories, et cetera. They are also prepared, watching carefully inventories to communicate directly with governors in particular in terms of early alerts, we hope, for challenges. So let's keep working together. Education, building up stocks is critical.
Well, we certainly appreciate, and you are correct, the Department of Transportation has been wonderful for us with hours of service and really a host of wide-ranging alternatives. But the second question really then is, do you see what's happening with us, the propane industry? Do you see parallels to that with other parts of the energy infrastructure?
Well, again, the last winter, as you well know, one of the factors was, in fact, the inability to move product. In this case, let's say from Texas, where a big spread developed between the two hubs, and that is yes, it's a common issue. I would say the New England natural gas situation, you might say as well. It wasn't a question of not having supply in the country; it was the inability to move it when we needed to the places that had major need. So yeah, it's a more endemic issue, and that's why the QER is focused on infrastructure this year. So thank you.
Thank you. And we do appreciate it. Look forward to working with you in the next 12 months. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Good morning, Ben Brockman with the Illinois Chamber of Commerce. This is mostly for Secretary Fox and Mayor Emanuel. But as we're talking about this, and I'm hearing all of you speak about, particularly about Illinois being the nexus of infrastructure, how do you both see the role of your state and local governments playing into this national role? Because what I heard from all of you today was this is really a national opportunity. It's national growth. It's jobs that come here. But how do you see that relationship developing over time through public meetings such as this and additional input?
Well, I think number one, part of what we're doing here in this setting is opening up the conversation about the need to address this issue in an intentional way. Looking at the field of play, so to speak, understanding that we have new pressures and old constraints that we've got to work through. And it's going to require everybody at every level to be vigilant about this. So for instance, our highway system is basically a state system. We use federal money to help pay for it, but the states are making a lot of the decisions about where the dollars go. And when it comes to the transport of energy products and the need for connections between states, we're going to need states to be thinking about this issue in the context of how they make decisions. There's a lot of infrastructure that is privately owned, a lot of the freight rail networks around the country, a lot of the pipelines around the country. And as much as you would think that folks would be incentivized to build the capacity for the future, I'm not sure the markets right now are incentivized in that way. There's a lot of using existing capacity and just trying to push as much as you can through it. But eventually, as has been pointed out before, you're going to start to see bottlenecks and huge amounts of congestion occur and the inability to get goods from one place to another. So I think as we go through this process, part of what we're trying to tease out is what's the right level set in the public realm, what's the right set within the public realm at the federal level versus the state and local, and what's the right level set and risk analysis that the private sector should be going through as we work through these issues.
If I was a headliner, it would just be, I agree. Here's the thing. This energy revolution, as the Secretary said, is a worldwide impact, but on the other hand, it has a very local context. And it's a huge opportunity on a host of levels, not just the production of energy and the moving of energy, which is the focus here. You're going to see a manufacturing renaissance because of the price of energy dropping and America becoming competitive. With that, both other opportunities open up and other challenges. And we can't run away from this challenge. And the bottleneck is just one example, writ large, of the challenge we have of having not invested in our infrastructure over the years. It directly impacts the metropolitan Chicago area. Chicago is my concern because so much rail, road, river, we're trying to turn our river obviously into a recreational space, not an industrial, that making it, we have to make certain investments if it's going to be done efficiently and done in a way that an urban center like Chicago does not experience either the downside but can participate in the upside of that transportation and distribution. And that means setting a set of policies, and I want to echo one thing the Secretary said, and that is the private sector is doing certain things, but without a partnership on the public sector side, the incentives are not in place to do it where every community can actually participate in the opportunities. And I'm just going to, there is the downside, which is we have to have a fee, and I want to emphasize this, national fee that allows you to invest in the first responders, but most importantly, modernize the infrastructure to diminish the threat. That is a great secondary job creator and economic opportunity from an efficiency standpoint. And by setting a national fee, you're not pitting one region against the other, but making the investments that everybody can gain from it.
If I could just add actually one other point, it's not directly in today's meeting on infrastructure for multimodal transportation, but going back to pipes, if you like, and the issue of cities, one of the major activities in the administration right now, which is discussed at a different QER meeting, is methane emissions. And you've heard a lot about methane emissions from production, Bakken, et cetera. But there's a huge issue around pipes, transportation pipes, but also distribution pipes in urban environments. And that's where what we can do is to facilitate what are ultimately what the governors and mayors must do. And there's a lot of creativity going into this. But just to emphasize the mayor's last point, it's interesting how interests converge. When we have held roundtables, 5 roundtables on this issue, including a recent one in the White House, and I might say John Holdren is central to this, in particular, has responsibility for the data side. But we have environmental groups intensely interested for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have labor intensely interested because we need to rebuild this infrastructure. We have mayors interested. There's a safety issue, as we have regrettably seen in some cases. We have industry interest because they got to move product, and of course we have regulator interest. How is the funding going to be captured? So multiple interests converge. Product, and of course we have regulator interest. How is the funding going to be captured? So multiple interests converge, and this is a chance to rebuild our infrastructure. I got to tell you, especially I come from Boston, I cannot tell you how many century-scale cast iron pipes we have that need to be replaced. So it's really a great opportunity for us to come, and the point about needing this infrastructure investment is one the mayor's emphasized. It's one the president has pushed very, very hard.
Okay, I'd like you to join me in expressing our appreciation to this panel.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to this panel. And despite the principles of separation of church and state, it looks like you're sitting in church here, so feel free to move up a little bit. This panel is designed to start to take this approach that the mayor mentioned of public-private partnership. And we have a distinguished group, including persons involved in coalitions, both in the Midwest and in the Gulf Coast area. We've got a manufacturer who supplies goods to the trucking industry, and we'll talk to that issue. Have the perspective of state officials and also professional researcher in the area of academics, of logistics. So we'll let each of these experts make some comments first, and then we'll move into a discussion both among them and with questions from you. So I'll look forward to hearing your remarks. We'll start with Dr. Ernie Perry, Program Administrator and Facilitator for the Mid-American Freight Coalition.
Thanks, Ernie.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the state of our freight infrastructure, the freight capabilities of our region, and what I see in terms of our freight innovation and infrastructure to support our nation's energy needs today and in the future. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the comment by Secretary Fox about the need for these states to work across borders with their transportation activities. That rings true for Chris and myself, especially because we both work with a large number of states and coalitions. I work with 10 state departments of transportation in freight planning and collaboration and in freight policy and program areas. We've been working with what we call the MASTO states, which is the Mid-America Transportation region, for over 10 years now on freight planning and freight collaboration. Our role and efforts have accelerated with the freight initiatives in MAP 21 that you might be familiar with, freight planning, freight advisory councils, committees, and as well as a national freight network. But it is important to note that in this 10-year history of the Mid-America Freight Coalition and working with these 10 states, they have a record of innovation to provide service and capacity for freight movement in their states. Additionally, the coalition is one of the longest operating and successful research, development, and collaborative efforts in freight across the United States. Today, I will address the region's freight transportation infrastructure and the significance of freight movement in the Mid-America Freight Coalition region, the capacity in the region, and the initiatives the states are pursuing now to ensure the infrastructure is available and in good condition for our business and industry and economic growth. Most of the work that I cite and the maps that I use are from a regional freight study. Again, that highlights across these 10 states that they're approaching freight as a multimodal, multi-state economic network that they have to support and enable the businesses in industry to operate upon. The Mid-America Freight Coalition, that's the 10 states right up here that you see, is a freight-centric region. 23% of the nation's truck tonnage, 63% of the nation's rail tonnage moves through this region. The waterways are credited with shipping 44% of the domestic tonnage exporting and receiving 30% of the domestic tonnage. This region has the top 3 rail hubs in Kansas City, Chicago, and St. Louis, and one of the major inland ports in St. Louis. These 10 states are innovators and leaders in freight policy and programs. They have participated in the coalition for a decade and were some of the first states to conduct freight planning, create freight advisory committees, identify and work and manage their significant freight corridors, and work to establish multimodal total systems approach to transportation. This is important because now everybody's doing this in the last 2 years with MAP 21, but most of these states were pushing this agenda over 10 years ago, realizing how important freight was to their region. Regarding the importance of freight to the region, the MFA states have recognized the economic and development linkages related to freight movement and logistics, and for good reasons. When we look at the top 5 corridors in our region, which I think all go through Chicago right there, within 3 miles of each side of these corridors lays 35% of the region's businesses and 42% of all the employees along those 5 corridors in these 10 states. In Indiana, Connexus, Indiana states that logistics jobs on the average pay 15% higher wages. Additionally, many states conduct economic analysis of their state transportation investment programs and find that for every dollar invested, they're getting a return of $3 to $4 over a 20-year period. When you break that analysis down, you see that close to 60% of that benefit is accruing to freight industry. Simply put, good infrastructure enables business and economic growth, and freight corridors further concentrate this development and activity. In terms of the infrastructure condition and freight movement in our region, the status of the region's freight infrastructure is underfunded, aging, and often congested. Yet this system delivers some of the most efficient logistics around the world. Again, I'll throw out that soybean comparison from Illinois versus Brazil. The only reason that we're a lower price on the European and the international market is our transportation efficiencies. That's what puts us ahead of the ball there. But we are not keeping up with the investments needed to maintain this advantage. Investments in infrastructure in the U.S. right now are currently estimated at 2% or less of the GDP. We invested around 12% during the interstate build-out, and Europe is currently investing around 5% and nearer to 12% in China. So when you look at this slide, with close to 70% of all freight tonnage moving across our region currently on trucks, and freight load is expected to increase with the population levels, we will not be able to build our way out of this situation. Many of our major interstates, highways are at 30 to 50% truck volumes right now. We must look for alternatives and a systems-oriented approach at moving more freight, be it fuel or Fritos. So what are the states looking for to solve some of these capacity issues while maintaining their economic agenda? States are working to find financing and partnerships, as true infrastructure funding versus financing is not delivering the needed support. In order to address these increasing infrastructure needs, states are advancing several agendas. Importantly, freight transportation is becoming more multimodal in the state DOTs and systems oriented, as demonstrated by the work of the states on the marine highways. This map up here is a map of the marine highway activity in the 10 MASHTO states. And I would dare to say that we are one of the most active regions in trying to convert these rear waterways and defining them as marine highways so we can get more freight on them and increase the awareness of that capability. The states are also working to define their national networks and their highway corridors in terms of the national network and critical rural corridors. That's an example on 35 over there. And we have taken this again with our regional freight study and went through the region, identified all the corridors as well as the waterways and the rail lines, how much freight's moving on them, and how they make these connections so that the states can use these as tools as they work across state lines to increase their capabilities. In summary, the 10 Mid-America Freight Coalition states are major freight states. They are innovators and leaders in freight development. However, the rail and road systems in our region are at capacity and even beyond. Further, limited funding is crippling the ability of states to keep up the maintenance, no less building capacity for future generations. There is a very genuine need for funding, not financing, a multimodal systems approach to our transportation infrastructure, and greater connection between infrastructure planning and economic activity. Thankfully, through the coalition and independently, states are working towards these ends. So thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important topic in the Mid-America Freight Coalition area.
Thank you. I'd like to, this one on? To go here. I wanted to ask on your point about the percent of investment, 2% GDP in the US, Europe 5, and China 12. Is that road infrastructure or is that all transport infrastructure?
I believe that's all transport infrastructure.
Okay, the answer is all transport infrastructure. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Henri Boulet, Executive Director of the LA1 Louisiana Coalition. They have the challenge of immediately pursuing elevating some roads, and we'll look forward to Henri's comments. Excuse me, I neglected to explain who I am, and I might as well let you know that. I'm Bill Hederman from the Department of Energy. I'm the Secretary's Senior Advisor on Energy Markets and the lead deputy on the systems integration aspects of the QER.
Good morning. My name is Henri Boulet from Southeast Louisiana. I'm director of the Louisiana Highway 1 Coalition, which is the sole access road going down to Port Fourchon. That Port Fourchon services 95% of the deepwater energy activity going on in the deepwater Gulf of Mexico. And I expect that most in this room and watching via the web appreciate the importance of securing energy sources needed to power up our nation's evolving economy. That certainty is just as essential in building energy infrastructure projects of national significance. What you see on the wall now is old LA1 during the Hurricane Ike storm surge as Ike was passing in the Gulf heading to Texas. And in the background is the new elevated structure we're building to replace the old highway. The current lack of certainty is a significant hindrance as states struggle to budget these massive public works projects. In addition, as Congress works through the issues of funding a struggling federal highway trust fund to assist states with these projects, it is noteworthy that there is little consensus around providing other federal funding mechanisms for projects of national significance. Both certainty from our Federal Highway Trust Fund and other federal mechanisms are vital to bringing these infrastructure components together, such as Elevated LA1. Elevated LA1 is a highway that runs from, LA1 is a highway that runs from Arkansas to the border down to the Gulf of Mexico. The coalition was formed in '97 to advocate for improvements to 19 miles on the southern end at the coast. This segment of LA1 is a sole highway connector from the levee-protected communities to Port Fourchon and the Louisiana Offshore Oil Port, also known as LOOP. The port is a launching point, as I mentioned, for 95% of energies in the deepwater Gulf, and LOOP is the U.S. terminal that receives approximately 1.2 million barrels of imported oil each day. Together, they are responsible for providing 16 to 18% of our nation's crude. LA1 is also the evacuation route for thousands of residents and thousands of workers on energy platforms in the Gulf of Mexico outer continental shelf. Time is really running out for our vulnerable highway. The highway is extremely vulnerable to storm washout. Annually, LA1 faces tropical storm inundation, as you see on this slide. And our worry is that the entire highway could be washed out if the perfect storm should hit our community. We often see 19 miles of a critical link of our nation's energy infrastructure underwater and pray that it is still there when the storm surge recedes. Sometimes even mild Category 1 hurricanes take huge chunks of this critical two-lane energy highway out. The importance of LA1 was documented nationally in a Department of Homeland Security consequence analysis on the potential loss of this highway from a natural disaster, chiefly storm surge wave action from a tropical system. This study estimates that a 90-day closure of a small segment of LA1 could result in upwards of an $8 billion loss in gross domestic product. Furthermore, NOAA conducted a tidal inundation study revealing that old LA1 will be inundated with coastal tides high enough to close a road for 6% of the time by 2030 and 55% of the time by 2050. So we really need this elevated highway to replace it sooner rather than later. We are making progress. What do we need in order to avoid such a dire impact on the U.S. economy? Quite simply, leadership in Washington to ensure that large projects like LA1 can be finished. I was promised by President Obama when he first took office that his cabinet members would jointly discuss agency common significant challenges to our nation. I would urge President Obama to bring together the Secretaries of Transportation, Interior, Homeland Security, and Energy, all of whom have a common stakeholder interest in securing at-risk energy infrastructure like LA1, and develop an adequate federal funding mechanism to address such needs. In an era of fiscal challenges on the federal and state levels, we need to think out of the box with such discussions considering state commitments, industry commitments, even local communities or local government commitments. We have learned to incorporate all of these in the LA1 project to date. However, the remaining $345 million cost to construct the 8.7 miles we need to secure LA1 to Port Fourchon is quite massive. We simply need greater coordination and support from our agency partners at the federal level. In 2001, the LA1 project saw a $371 million segment of 9.1 miles in green come online. That success is dampened by the likely reality that federal programs will not provide the funding needed to build projects of national significance like LA1. The US DOTD's Tiger Grant program only has $500 million a year for 50 states. So when you do the math, that's but $10 million a year on average per state to invest in critical infrastructure projects. The reality of this situation is that a little 19-mile highway stretch tucked away in a corner of southeast Louisiana could cripple the flow of energy and cause billions of dollars of impact to our nation. At this point, the nation does not have an adequate funding source to partner with my host state of Louisiana, even at 50% share, for a road that serves the nation and is the sole congressionally designated high-priority corridor for its role as critical energy infrastructure. We all need to realize that states can't afford to carry capital improvements of national scale, and that a well-funded and thoughtful investment in critical energy infrastructure can address critical issues before they turn into catastrophes. Thank you again for everyone joining in today's conversation.
Thank you, Andre. That certainly illustrates the mixed blessings and challenges that we're dealing with here. and look forward to talking about that some more. Next, we will hear from Dr. Wayne Eckerly, who is Vice President for Research and Technology at Cummins Incorporated, and we look forward to getting insight into how the heavy-duty transport technology is moving forward.
Thank you, Bill, for the introduction. So yes, I work with Cummins. Cummins is the last independent manufacturer of engines for diesel and natural gas. So of the trucks you see going down the highway, approximately 35% of those trucks have a Cummins engine in it, and 80% of those trucks have Cummins equipment in their engines in one form or the other. What I want to talk to you a little bit about is sort of the where we are today and where we see the future going. So I've been at Cummins for 25 years. For the past 2 decades, we've been really focused on meeting criteria pollutants, NOx and particulates. So this has been a 2 decades journey. So the vehicles you see going down the highways today have a 99% reduction in particulates and NOx, right? So when we talk about clean diesels, clean natural gas, we really mean clean, right? And that did not happen by accident. It was a very strong collaboration among industry, among the Department of Energy, and with our regulators. So the clean air emissions that you see today was a collaboration among all of us in terms of figuring out what was the art of the possible and getting our technology in place to do that. So that being a bit behind us now, for the last 5 years, I've had the privilege to work on fuel economy, right? Because fuel economy ultimately is what our customers care about. And so we're applying that same approach there. It's a great collaboration among agencies, among industry, and again among regulators around what we think those levels could be. So I want to talk to you a little bit about where we are around fuel economy improvements and where we're headed. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Cummins was lucky enough 4 years ago to be an awardee of a super truck program, all right? And that program ended up being an $80 million program, $40 million from the Department of Energy, $40 million in matching funds. And so we're in the final throes of that, and I want to show you where we ended up. So this is a picture of our super truck, all right? This is a truck, real live, that runs down the road. And I can't possibly communicate to you all of the abilities that we've been able to develop with this program in terms of tools and so forth. But in the end, what we were able to achieve was a 75% improvement in fuel economy. And that fuel economy is miles per gallon, because that tends to mean something to you. And just so you understand that the amount of fuel that is used every day is about 2.75 million barrels per day. North Dakota is producing about 1 million barrels per day. 80% of that 2.75 million is in class 7 and 8 trucks, which are delivering the goods. So you can imagine what a 75% reduction in fuel consumption is, what we're talking about. It's literally tens of thousands of dollars every year to our end users. The other metric that we tend to use is freight efficiency, because these trucks are doing work, right? And our metrics is ton miles per gallon. So we improve that efficiency by 86%, right? So the cost of moving goods has been reduced by 86% through the results of this super truck program. And that there, he didn't advance the slide. Sorry. Yeah, there's a slide. Right, sorry. And so those are the numbers I was just quoting. And the point I do want to make, out of those metrics, 42% of that was due to improvements in the engine and powertrain system, all right? So we've improved the ability to convert the chemical energy of the fuel by 20% for this particular enactment, and we're in a process of increasing that to 30% through some other aspects of the program. A key piece of technology that's in this particular super truck program is that we're recovering waste heat. Right? So if you look at an engine today, it's nominally in the mid 40% conversion efficiency. That means 55% of the energy is being is being wasted as heat in the process. So we have technology on board to recover that waste heat and convert it into useful work. So this is just a diagram of that. It's an organic Rankine cycle, a bottoming cycle, but this particular technology is giving us a 5% reduction in fuel consumption as it's mounted on the engine today. So a very new technology, working very effectively. Again, we were able to develop that with previous DOE funding and on the Super Truck program as well. Next slide, please. So this is just an example. We were lucky enough to have the Super Truck when President Obama announced the timing around the Phase 2 greenhouse gas regulation. And so we took the truck down to the Department of Energy, and you might see our new latest recruit in the vehicle. And I am told one of his biggest thrill was blowing the air horn while he was sitting in there. So it was good. The other part I do want to talk about is that we have another DOE program called Atlas where we're applying the same approach in light duty. So we have engines in the light duty pickups that you see going down the road today, and we've achieved 40% reduction in fuel consumption in those vehicles. But we also took that engine, all right, and even though Cummins has been a compression ignition company, we converted that engine to spark ignition. And so this engine was running on E85 because we're very interested in making sure that our engine systems will be able to handle the various renewable fuels coming down the road. So we put this in the panel truck. We had additional funding from California Energy Commission, and that truck just finished its demonstration in the streets of Sacramento. I was out there this week where we finished that program. But you can see the reductions, okay? With that engine running on corn-fed ethanol, right, we're emitting 40% less than diesel engine would emit, and 62% less than gasoline. Now, that ethanol is coming from a second-generation biodiesel. We're talking about 75% CO2 reduction in diesel and a 78% less than gasoline. Now, I threw the torque curves up there just so you don't think this is a wimpy engine, right? So that blue curve is a torque curve coming out of E85. And you can see compared to the red curve of gasoline and the black curve from diesel. And it's a 2.8 liter compared to the 6 to 7 liters that are in those vehicles today. So again, this shows you what we can do when we put our mind to it and get some good results. So that last slide I want to show here is I talked about the collaboration. I'm a combustion guy, so I hate to admit that we have to have after treatment on our engine systems, but we do. Right? You don't get a 99% reduction in emissions without after treatment. This is just showing you the collaboration that we've had among the various universities and agencies. And if you look at this slide, you can see we're operating all the way from the nanometer all the way up to the millimeter kind of scales, and from surface chemistry to chemical kinetics to what I'm calling reaction engineering, because the after treatment is a highly engineered system, highly integrated with the engine and the vehicle, to get the kind of emission reductions we're talking about without impacting fuel consumption. So it's a very important part of what we're able to do with the vehicle. So finally, I just want to end with that we've had a great relationship with the DOE. We've been able to leverage that relationship to really deliver market-leading technology, not only for emission reductions, but also for fuel consumption reductions. We are literally saving our end users tens of thousands of dollars a year amount of diesel and natural gas that they're burning for moving freight. The partnerships are key. The regulations are key. As we try to accelerate these fuel reductions into the public, setting clear, concise goals as a nation will really accelerate how fast we can do that. And lastly, in tying back to today's conversation, the highway infrastructure is key to make this happen. If trucks are idling on the road instead of going down the road, if the roads won't allow the trucks to run at the speeds they need to run, at the efficiencies where they can run their best, we won't get the gains that we're talking about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. I think one of the pieces that really comes out of looking at the transmission storage distribution infrastructure is that we're seeing striking technology advances at both ends of this system. And we really need to make sure that the TS&D part isn't the bottleneck, and I think we're starting to hear about that. Next, we'll hear from Chris Smith, and he will provide another very important perspective here, which is that of the state officials. Chris?
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you everyone for joining us this morning, and to the Department of Energy for reaching out to us for this important and timely and critical event. My name is Chris Smith. I'm the Senior Freight Program Manager at the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, and we are the association in Washington, D.C. that represents all 52 states of departments of transportation, including the 13 at the Ernie's Coalition, and several of my colleagues here today from the Illinois Department of Transportation. So I encourage you, after some of their thoughts later, to engage and get some expertise and direction from some of the very practitioners here in the great state of Illinois. As Secretary Fox stated in his presentation a little bit earlier this morning, the highway system is a primarily state-centric and state-driven system. States own and operate over 8 million miles of public roadways. 800,000 of that are federally aided through the Federal Aid Highway Program, which is what Congress apportions through the Highway Trust Fund, collected gas taxes, and handed over in a formula to all 52 states, I say that because of DC and Puerto Rico, for expenses and planning, programming, and direction of highway infrastructure. In the freight context, total freight tonnage in the United States over the next 30 years is expected to increase by 30%, the value of total freight by over 55%, and today over 65% of all things moving in the United States move by truck. So even if you were able to double the capacity of the other modes of freight transportation, you still have an overwhelmingly significant amount of goods moving on the highway systems that states and their local and federal partners own and operate. We are in a series and a time in our country with the operation and management of this highway system and the funding stratus of managing by crisis. And if you all have been paying attention to the news the last couple of weeks, you might have noticed that the Highway Trust Fund solvency was a very, very large issue before the Congress left Washington a couple of weeks ago. What that's to say is all of those revenues that the gasoline taxes collect from both automobile drivers as well as truck drivers, it's collected at what they call at the rack but passed on to the consumer, goes into about a $34 billion a year trust fund in Washington that is supposed to be spent only on highways, and it is. However, that $34 billion isn't enough to continue operating highways at current capacity, much less what we need. And so where this ties into the energy conversation is that as the energy boom continues to grow, it continues to place demands and strains on the highway system. This is a system that's already strained in congestion as it is at status quo. This is a system that needs billions of dollars in investment just to meet status quo. You're adding new variables on top of this, freight growth on top of this, really, we're getting to an oversaturation point in all of this. So how are state DOTs looking at this as the owners and operators? How are they looking at the financial side of this? How they plan highway networks? How they program their limited resources? And what are some of the operational methods state DOTs are looking at to address not only freight, but the energy and freight and general commercial goods movement? On the financial side, this managing by chaos, this unpredictability of enough federal resources through the gas tax, a gas tax that hasn't changed in 20 years at its rate, that Congress does not seem to have the appetite to change, and spending down of a trust fund that hits volatile levels of solvency on a case-by-case or almost a year-by-year basis now. How do states deal with that when what amounts to 20 to 40% of their spending programs isn't a reliable source? Well, states aren't operating in the vacuum. They're looking at their own tax and finance policy. Recently, the state of Virginia lowered its state gas tax and raised its sales taxes to apply it to transportation. Pennsylvania changed the point in place where it collects its gas tax. It raised it and it tied it to inflation, so it built in a growing revenue increase. Other states have directly raised the gas taxes, or other states are looking at financing and tolling operations and ways to deliver highway projects because the reliability of that federal funding piece is quickly evaporating and very, very unsustainable. On the planning side, the way that states look at where to put these resources, where these highway networks are going, what they're carrying, who they're carrying,
when Congress enacted MAP 21, the most recent surface transportation bill, there was significant freight language in it for the first time ever. Some of that language includes an encouragement to the state DOTs to examine and plan for the movement of commercial goods as an interconnected system that utilizes all modes of transportation. What we call a statewide freight plan in simpler terms. The law also encourages states to engage their private sector freight users in this process, what the law calls state freight advisory councils. I appreciated the comments this morning from the gentleman from the Illinois Chamber of Commerce. I would encourage you and others in the business community and the user community to reach out to your state DOTs, find out if they have a state freight advisory committee, find out how you can involve and be engaged, and be at the table. These are the folks who are going to be making these plans. These are the folks that need to know how the highway systems and the freight systems impact your businesses, impact your customers, and impact the industry in your state. I gotta say, it's very encouraging to see that the federal government has sort of, the light bulb has gone off and woken up to this freight thing, because quite frankly, this stuff's been going on at the state level already for many, many years. These advisory committees, this statewide freight planning issue. When MAP 21 passed in 2012, we already had 26 states that had some form of statewide freight plan or freight elements within their overall planning network. And so as you heard Secretary Fox mention earlier, USDOT is charged with the creation of a national freight strategy and a national freight plan. Well, if you already have a major body of work from the very folks who have been stewards of the highway system for 75 plus years, it doesn't make sense to reinvent the wheel. We're looking forward to engaging the federal government with these state freight plans and how states understand freight movement in their own boundaries, and through coalitions like ERNIE, how they're moving across state lines to really be a collective and bottom-up approach to looking at how freight in the United States moves. One of the other tasks before Secretary Fox is the creation of a national freight network. The law directed the USDOT to do that. The law is, I will note, the law is a highway law. It applies to the highway systems. And so it really compels the DOT only to look at the highway system. But as we all know, freight moves systematically. It moves on water. It moves on rail. And so there's a need and an understanding to understand all those things. But for now, they're looking at a national freight network to really see where are those primary corridors and where are those things moving on the highway system nationally that really apply to commerce and commercial goods in this country. Part of that network is the interstate system. Part of that network is the national highway system that moves high volumes of freight. And where the state's role are going to be, or the states are going to have to identify what's called critical rural freight corridors. And that's a chance for a state to look at its own highway network and see where commodities and goods are moving, and show the federal government where its understanding is of these flows. And one of the things that Congress directs the states to do in this regard is to look at the flow of energy commodities and energy goods. So again, talk to your states, talk to your DOTs, get involved with the state freight advisory committees, let them know where these things are moving, where these products are going, and where the high demand things are in the system. On the operational side, states are also looking at how this growth in energy sector impacts things like truck size and weight. The propane issue here in the Midwest this winter, one of the strategies to try to move propane faster to markets was to allow heavier trucks to move it. That's a state purview. States consider those sorts of things, and the federal government now allows states to more efficiently look at that in times of crisis and times of emergency. USDOT is the coordinating body. But again, if you think about the highway system as state-owned and operated, state-maintained, the states are your partners in all of this, in freight and in energy combined, understanding where things are going, targeting those investments to them, and supporting an infrastructure for energy and for all commodities moving into the 21st century. So thank you again for having me this morning. I look forward to our question and answer session, and hope we can stick around a little bit more for conversation.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank all the speakers. You're doing a really good job of leaving time for Fred to come up and help lead a discussion after your remarks. So Casey Dinges is going to speak to us from the professional perspective of the American Society of Civil Engineers. As probably everybody in the room knows, they've brought a lot of attention to this through their annual report cards. And also, Casey's been involved in creating PBS shows about engineering, and that's certainly important for our workforce development side. So welcome, Kate.
Thank you. The report card seems like it's every year. It's actually every 4 years.
Okay, the
But
quadrennial report card.
there you go. When the media makes that mistake, I don't make that correction. That's okay. But anyways, again, thanks for the opportunity to be with such an esteemed panel today. ASC is an international membership organization with 145,000 members, most of them in the U.S. I ran into one of them today, Kay. Great to see you in Chicago. As stewards of the nation's infrastructure, civil engineers are responsible for the design, construction, maintenance, and operation of our vital public works. With that responsibility comes an obligation to periodically assess the state of the infrastructure, report on its condition and performance, and advise on the steps necessary to improve it. We do this in part by compiling our report card for America's infrastructure. Let's see if I can get this going. Okay, great. America's infrastructure received an overall grade of D+ in 2013, up slightly from a D in 2009. While this is not the kind of grade you would want to bring home and show your parents, the good news is that 6 of the sectors did see improvement since 2009. I don't know if anyone saw Stephen Colbert when he spoofed the report card when he came out. The way he said that was the grades went up in all 16 categories except 10 of them. Still, we know we must do a better job with our infrastructure if America is going to continue on a trajectory of economic growth. We continue to see categories of infrastructure that simply are not seeing the maintenance or investment to improve day-to-day performance or save money in the long term. The backlog of projects to maintain and modernize our infrastructure keeps growing. 2 of the categories we evaluated received near failing D- grades, levees, and inland waterways. I guess it's good. Joe Ellen's out of the room now. No, she's seen the grades before, and she understands where we're coming from. Why did some sectors improve while others continue to fall behind? The answer is actually simple. In sectors where investment was made by both the public and private sectors and innovative solutions pursued, the grades rose. This is the big money slide. Don't get too overwhelmed by all the billions and trillions before you. In 2013, we faced a total investment need of $3.6 trillion by the year 2020 across all 16 infrastructure sectors that we evaluated. We're already prepared to invest about 2/3, but we face a funding shortfall of $200 billion a year for infrastructure, actually a slight decrease from 4 years ago. So that's how I scale $3.6 trillion, an utterly massive number, down to $200 billion a year, a large number, but a more manageable number. You know, what's $200 billion among 320 million Americans, right? So, surface transportation has the largest total needs and the largest funding shortfall at $846 billion, although you see that there is a great deal of funding set aside each year in that category. We're assuming here that this is a total investment needed to get a grade of B, or a state of good repair, on the report card. This number draws from our 4 economic studies, which I commend to all of you, called the Failure to Act, as well as our industry projections of needs for the categories in dark green. These numbers look out to 2020, covering 8 years of infrastructure investment needs, which is an appropriate time frame for planning and action. I know we're here to discuss energy transportation infrastructure, but I wanted to note that ASC has focused on energy infrastructure as well in the past several years, and we have a lot of members working in this space. This table comes from the economic study we conducted in 2012 on energy generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. It's a good reminder that we're not only talking about the infrastructure we need for today, but also for tomorrow. Even with our best efforts to reduce and stabilize the demand for energy in this country, the demand for energy is expected to grow. It grows at a modest rate of about 8% between now and 2020, and then an additional 17% between 2020 and 2040. As our population and economy grows, I think we may be the only Western industrialized nation that still has a growing population, by the way. We need to make sure that we are ready. So let's look at the conditions of the major transportation sectors in 2013. Let's start with roads. Roads improved slightly from D- to D, largely reflecting the improvements in pavement condition and significant reductions in highway fatalities in this country. However, 42% of America's major urban highways remain congested, costing the economy an estimated $101 billion in wasted time and fuel. While the conditions have improved in the near term, federal, state, and local capital investments increased to $91 billion annually. That level of investment is still short of what is needed and projected to result in a decline in conditions and performance in the long term. Over 200 million trips are taken daily across deficient bridges in the nation's 102 largest metropolitan areas. In total, 1 in 9 of the nation's bridges are rated as structurally deficient. However, the overall number of structurally deficient bridges is continuing to trend downward. The grade improved slightly to C+ in 2013. Yet the number of structurally deficient bridges in urban areas, which tend to carry the most traffic, is staying stagnant. Okay, here you can see the grades for all the surface transportation categories that impact freight, and we see grades lagging in the C's and the D's. And I'll just touch on a few of the modes here and their support for freight movement. Inland waterways, we heard from Joe Ellen Darcy earlier about the importance of that system, once again remained at a D- as conditions remain inadequate and investment levels remain stagnant. There are an average of 52 service interruptions per day throughout the inland waterway system in the United States. Projects to repair and replace aging locks and dredge canals take decades to approve and complete. In fact, there is a backlog of major projects with estimated schedules stretching out to the year 2090 under current funding levels. Ports was a new category in 2013. It debuted with a grade of C, focused largely on the land side and water connections rather than the facilities themselves. While port authorities and their private sector partners have planned over $46 billion in capital investments from now until 2013, federal funding has declined for dredging, as well as the landslide connections needed to move goods to and from ports. Finally, rail has a bit of a good news story here. Both freight and passenger rail have been investing heavily in their tracks, bridges, and tunnels, as well as adding new capacity for freight and passengers to the tune of $75 billion since 2009. In 2010 alone, freight railroads renewed the rails and more than 3,000 miles of railroad track, the equivalent of going coast to coast. With high ridership and greater investment in the system, the grade for rail saw the largest improvement, moving up to C+ from C- in 2013. Okay, this slide, there's a little mistake on this slide, so ignore the numbers for just a moment if you would, and just listen to what I say, and then I'll try to explain what you're seeing there. So what does this mean for freight in the larger economy? A stronger freight transportation network is critical to our nation's long-term economic growth. What we have found is that America's infrastructure grades have an impact on our bottom line. We know that failing to meet the overall $800 billion investment gap just for surface transportation by 2020 will have the following impact on our economy. U.S. companies shipping goods to market will experience congestion and delays, leading to higher transportation costs, causing the price of goods to rise. The cost to businesses of higher transportation will be $430 billion by the year 2020. As the price of U.S. goods rises, we become less competitive in the global marketplace, resulting in a decrease in U.S. exports. Exports would drop by $28 billion by the year 2020, and our GDP would underperform by nearly $900 billion. The figure up there, the $3.1 trillion in GDP, that number applies to all the 16 categories of infrastructure we looked at, not just transportation. So I do apologize for the mistake at the top, which suggests that these numbers are associated just with the transportation sector. That is a real number, but that was in all 16 categories that we looked at. So still, it's significant that just in 8 years that the GDP could suffer by that much. But that's looking at water and all the other categories we looked at, not just transportation. One other economic note here. If we don't make the investments in surface transportation, we're putting at risk nearly 900,000 jobs in the U.S. economy by the year 2020. You see, for all categories, it would be 3.5 million. So transportation is a big part of the puzzle here. We do have an app. I hope everyone takes the opportunity to download it. There's a lot of good information in there. It's not all doom and gloom. There are a number of success stories that we try to highlight. You can look at information by infrastructure sector. You can also look at it by state. So you can download it for free at the iTunes Store, Google+. I'm not even sure of all the platforms. Infrastructure is the foundation that connects the nation's businesses, communities, and people, driving our economy and improving our quality of life. In the short term, we need a national commitment to bring existing infrastructure into a state of good repair, and in the long term, we must modernize and build in a targeted and strategic manner. A D+ is a grade we cannot accept as a country. We must commit today to make our vision of the future a reality, an American infrastructure system that is the source of our prosperity. Thank you.
Okay, this is the part where I get to ask the really tough questions of you guys. It's clear that there's a problem. There's a lot of elements to that problem, but I noticed, Dr. Perry, you said something very interesting. You said we can't build our way out of this, and we're going to need a systems approach. And I think everyone agrees that there needs to be sort of a systems approach, a strategic planning of all this. Can you tell me what you think are some of the most important sort of interdependencies or interconnections that need to be really considered when we're talking about a systems approach to addressing the multimodal infrastructure?
When I refer to that, what I mean by that basically is that when you look at how the freight moves, and if we've got the population growth and the freight expected to grow by 30% over the next 20 years, we cannot put all that on the highway. A lot of our highways are already 30%, 50% truck capacity. It just can't go on there. We've got these other systems. The rail as well is full. Waterways still has capacity. But the total systems approach is when we step back and look at our planning across state lines, across these modes, that we probably need to be a little bit more broad thinking in how we approach the entire transportation system as a functioning integrated unit. And I mean, it's that simple. It's that instead of these pieces and the trucks and the rail and their segregated systems and their segregated commodities on those systems, we need to do a better job of aligning these economic activities with the best benefit for society on moving these on the certain systems that they're most appropriate for. So we really need to open the door for the waterways and as well as keep up with our trucking and our rail initiatives and the pipelines, because it's going to be a full frontal ascent to do it. We cannot do it with a single mode. We're going to have to do all the modes.
Okay, so from your point of view, it's the modal connections that are going to be important in the systems.
Definitely the modal connections, as well as expansion of awareness and advocacy and use of some of the other modes, particularly the waterways.
Okay. Casey, you talked about a scorecard in a lot of different ways. What would you say about the interconnections that are needed? What are considerations?
Well, I have to agree with, I mean, if we could be as holistic as possible, I think that's the way to go. And, you know, looking at the inland waterway system, I mean, here's a D- on the report card. And we heard from Joe Ellen how efficient, that system is in terms of, a gallon of fuel, carrying freight. But if you look at the entire Mississippi watershed, I mean, here's something that drains from, if you take the Missouri River from, western Montana all the way to, or eastern Montana all the way to, western New York State and everything flowing into the Mississippi. So you have a transportation network. You have transportation and energy networks that actually have to cross that river. You have a water supply that is not only used for transportation, the inland waterways, but also drinking water. You have wastewater effluents being put into the system. So I'm not just talking about between the different transportation nodes. I'm talking about a lot of these sectors, trying to look at this as holistically as possible and not trying to pick winners and losers between, roads or railroad or freight, but try to, kind of lift, all these systems up in a way. It really is, and not to ignore the airside system, but if you look at the water, the rail, and the roads, I mean, this is if you will, the three-legged stool of surface transportation. So I would agree, as I would perhaps even go more holistically that's already been suggested. We also need some kind of national vision. We haven't had one in infrastructure in a long time. You know, we had the interstate. I mean, Eisenhower had a vision. Some might say the Clean Water Act and the environmental movement in the early 70s in terms of cleaning up rivers and addressing safe drinking water standards in this country was a bit of a vision. The president might have made a little bit of a stab at it with high-speed rail, but it really hasn't kind of gotten the kind of traction he was looking for there. And I'm not sure, we don't have the vision at ASCE. It's going to have to be a number of stakeholders kind of coming together, but I do think a vision would help.
Good. Mr. Boulay, you mentioned you had a very specific focus in your talk, but for this holistic, what do you think are the big issues, the connections, the complexities for the holistic view of this issue?
I think, looking back on the Secretary's comments this morning and the explosion in shale energy becoming available to this nation, I think, the most efficient way to move those products is through pipelines. And I think, we're going to see more burden on the railroad, certainly in the short time, in moving a good bit of that product. But, in the long term, I think our nation needs to invest in new high-volume pipeline capacity from the north to the south to the east and the west that will give us the ability to move not only the shale formations that have been identified now, but with new technology that's going to drive the energy economy. I think we're going to have formations all over this nation. And I think the long-term way to handle that, the safest way to handle it, would be a major investment in pipeline infrastructure.
Chris, you talked about planning at the sort of the state level on that. How do you deal with the complexity of all this thing? How do you even approach it?
Well, the irony is not lost on us at an energy review of the complete relationship between energy policy and transportation finance policy. Your roadway system is funded by gasoline consumption in an era where Americans, their driving vehicle miles have dropped, but freight growth is growing. And in the inland waterway system, where the locks and dams the Army Corps of Engineers operates are funded by diesel taxes. And so our very, the core thing that comes down to all of this is money. We all talk about investing in the system, building it systematically, but where are the resources to do it? The resources we have available to us now aren't adequate. They're bucketed. You have a highway trust fund. You have an inland waterway trust fund. You have a private railroad network. You have committees in the Congress organized this way. You have a Department of Transportation organized this way. And so we want to see the systematic approach, but it's not systematic in the area that it's most important, and that's how you finance and you fund it. And so states look at that through the planning and understanding these networks, because the assets they have to improve any of this stuff are limited, and the strings attached to them are limited. So there's only so much that can be done without a massive rethinking of policy.
Right. Okay. Not to leave you out, Dr. Hickerly, what would you say is the contribution that technology innovation has? It just seems like your company has been involved, has done some advances in technology. What other kinds of advances do you think could help?
Well, I didn't talk a lot about it, but certainly in the automotive section, as we move to electrification and we start looking at recoverable energy on a vehicle itself, is going to be important. The other thing is to think about is what's the role of renewable fuels going to play, and how can those renewable fuels be localized so that you don't have to move this stuff all over the place? Can be really important. And what we see is just, to the earlier point, is that we're just not organized around how we move things. We take stuff from the east and we move it to the west. We take a similar product from the west, we move it to the east. And so trying to get all of those flows synchronized is really important. And of course, from our point of view, we would like to see concrete that lasts. So I'm very interested in the civil engineers coming forward with concrete that lasts a long time so that trucks can continue to move our freight efficiently.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to give each one of you sort of a one last word. What advice would you give to the QER team? You know, if you had sort of a final advice, they have to address this problem, they're moving forward. Any piece of advice? Why don't we start with you, Dr. Perry?
My advice would be that the state DOTs realize what's on their plate and what's coming down the road. They realize that their economy is at stake, as well as their transportation system and safety of all the passenger traffic, and that they need to do more coordination with the state DOTs, as well as encourage the states to work across these borders and incorporate more of the economic activity into how they plan. So that would be my message.
Great.
More collaboration, more work together, and funding instead of finance.
Okay. Henri, your advice to the QER.
My QER advice would be to have the administration, through all of the agencies involved in energy, work on a long-term funding plan that can pass the Congress, and look at, state share, look at industry share, look at community shares, and make that a criteria by which communities who really want to work on this and have that for their long-term economic sustainability can participate, make a pledge, and help win federal resources.
Great.
It's a systems engineering problem. So make sure you're clear around some of your targets. Make sure those targets are done at a level where you can engage all the various functions and continue to work across agencies, because for us, anytime the agencies are at cross purposes, it just makes everything very difficult and we just lock up.
Great, thank you.
Beware unintended consequences. This energy thing's very new to us all, states, to the federal government. There are places where exploration is happening that had no roads or rails 5 to 10 years ago. Is this a short-term trend? Is this a long-term trend? When you're talking public infrastructure and planning, those are long-term things. So you're talking about a dynamic economy, that's not. There is some reconciliation that has to be done there.
Three quick things, if I may. The first thing, increase leadership so that the public is more engaged on this. I think the reason why we saw the Highway Trust Fund go to the precipice is that for the public, this issue is not quite a top-tier issue. It's not quite up there with healthcare and some of the other things that are top of mind. So increase leadership. Secondly, promote sustainability and resilience. I'm surprised I didn't hear either one of those words yet today. And when we say sustainability, that's the triple bottom line: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. And then lastly, develop and fund plans to maintain and enhance America's infrastructure.
Great. All right, I'd like you to join me in expressing appreciation to our panel members, and then...
Thank you. Created in 1941, Dairyland is a generation and transmission cooperative headquartered in La Crosse, Wisconsin. We serve 25 distribution cooperatives, 17 municipalities in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Illinois, serving almost 600,000 people. Dairyland employs about 540 people. We generate electricity primarily at coal generating facilities in Wisconsin, but we have a diverse energy portfolio that also includes hydro, natural gas, wind, solar, biomass, and biogas. Reliable and predictable rail delivery service is necessary to ensure coal is available to produce power to meet members' demand. The Burlington Northern Santa Fe, or BNSF Railroad, provides Powder River Basin coal delivery service to our Alma site and a Mississippi River barge terminal, where the coal is transferred from trains to barges and delivered to our Genoa facility. The reliable and predictable rail delivery service for Dairyland destinations have been challenged with multiple factors. Our most recent delivery issues began in the fall of 2013 at our Alma site and bottomed out in the heart of last winter's polar vortex when inventories fell to dangerously low levels.
Since the BNSF did not provide solutions, Dairyland was forced to take drastic steps, the expense of which directly impacted our members, as we are a not-for-profit electric cooperative. Dairyland had to truck hundreds of coal over local roads from sources over 80 miles away, reduce generation at our power plants in order to conserve coal inventory, purchased higher-priced power from other sources. Our current inventory at the Alma site today is at 22 days on hand, meaning if we do not receive another rail set within 22 days, we will be out of coal. And the delivery problems have expanded to the Mississippi River terminal that affects our Genoa power plant. Because the barge shipping season is limited due to the winter freezing, Dairyland must receive enough fuel before winter begins to last until the river thaws again. To date, Genoa's coal supply is 50% below what it should be. If this trend continues, Dairyland's Genoa power plant will run out of coal and will be unable to generate power after January 2015. To overcome this shortage, the BNSF will need to triple the amount of normal pace of deliveries for the remainder of the shipping season, which is through October. Dairyland continues to work with the railroad in an attempt to resolve these issues. We value our relationship with BNSF since they play a very important role in helping us provide reliable and reasonably priced electricity to the region. That's Dairyland's story. Many utilities, and specifically other electric cooperatives, are facing similar issues. Subpar service by railroads could pose a significant risk to the reliability of the electric grid, as well as increase the likelihood of much higher energy rates for consumers. One other example is Sunflower Electric Cooperative, a consumer-owned nonprofit corporation located in Holcomb, Kansas. It is operated cooperatively by 6 rural electric distribution cooperatives to which it supplies wholesale power for people located in 32 central and western Kansas counties. Holcomb, the only base load coal-fired unit in the area, is captive to the BNSF. Since 2012, Sunflower has seen cycle times increase to as high as 11.5 days, quickly leading to delivery shortages. Sunflower's board policy and risk management strategy is to have a 30-day minimum inventory of coal. As of mid-July, Sunflower had approximately 20 days of inventory. If service does not improve for the remainder of the year, Sunflower will be forced to curtail generation again this fall, and inventory will reach 0 days by the end of December, creating a reliability issue for the Southwest Power Pool, of which Sunflower is a member. One other example is Arkansas Electric, a generation and transmission cooperative that provides wholesale electric power to 17 electric cooperatives, which in turn serve over 500,000 members located in every county in Arkansas and also in surrounding states. Through joint arrangements with other utilities, Arkansas Electric power production is dependent on reliable and economical rail service in order to provide reliable and affordable electrical service. So far this year, Arkansas Electric has seen cycle times increase as much as 30% and coal inventories drop by 50% in some cases. Due to poor planning and logistics by BNSF, one Arkansas Electric power plant now has only 16 days of coal inventory. What about the future of rail challenges and what cooperatives need from the federal government? A little over 30 years ago, after passage of the Staggers Act, market competition is almost totally lacking for those rail customers who ship by rail, a group often called rail-dependent shippers. In 1980, there were over 40 railroad carriers. Today, there are just 4 major railroads that have divided the country into regional monopolies. Recent analysis shows 78% of rail stations are captive to a single major railroad. Government protections are weak and place all burdens of proof on rail customers, leaving them in a take it or leave it situation with virtually no path for recourse against the railroads. This lack of recourse leaves the railroads with little accountability for poor performance like that outlined today. Policy changes are needed to increase accountability for railroads to consumers and to customers and ultimately to consumers. Today, my statement represents the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, Consumers United for Rail Equity, and my employer, Dairyland Power Cooperative. We appreciate the Department of Energy holding this event to provide the stakeholders an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And now we'll hear from John Gray, Senior Vice President of Policy at the American Association of Railroads.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about what the energy business is within the rail industry, and then follow up a little bit on the investment levels that are going on for infrastructure. If you look at what energy is in terms of the portfolio of our business, the largest single carload item, it's not the largest single commodity that we handle, but it is the largest single carload commodity, is coal. The numbers on here for coal actually represent about a third of the electrical generation capacity in the United States today. So it's a significant amount of the energy that's used in the U.S. The other area, and again, is the one that has the red lettering on it, the second one, is the area of crude oil, ethanol, and then other petroleum products. And it's those three, the crude oil, ethanol, and petroleum, coal, I would like to give you a little bit more detail on as we go forward. First of all, in terms of coal, the fact is that the coal is generally produced in places where it's not consumed, and so you have to get it somewhere. Wyoming is by far the largest production area for coal in the U.S. In fact, the flow of coal out of Wyoming by rail is the largest freight flow in the U.S. The amount of coal that comes out of there every year is roughly equivalent to the entire amount of freight that's handled on the inland waterway system. So Wyoming alone is about the size of the whole inland waterway system in terms of the volume of freight. It's similar with the other two big producers, Kentucky and West Virginia. That's the three of them, Wyoming, Kentucky, and West Virginia, pretty much dominate the business of producing coal. On the other hand, consumption is all over the board. There's large volumes in some places, but there's a lot of different places that receive coal. Now, if you look at coal moving by rail, it peaked in 2008, and it's been a declining commodity ever since then. And the decline is pretty straightforward. It's a substitution that a lot of power plants are using of natural gas for in place of coal. There's obviously been a tendency for plants that have the capacity to use natural gas because it is cheaper to substitute the natural gas wherever they could over the last few years for coal production. Net impact on our business and the coal movements is that if you look at the volumes, it's down about 30,000 carloads of coal a week for the rail industry. So we're talking close to 1 million carloads a year that we've seen disappear from the portfolio. Crude oil, a different direction on everything for this. If you look at the crude oil, I think the Secretary mentioned that you've seen production increase in crude oil by about 4,000% in terms of what's handled by rail since 1909. That's true, but that is largely a function of the fact that there was almost nothing handled by rail in 2009 rather. In terms of what the rate of use is running, in 2013, the production that was handled by rail was basically about 900,000 barrels per day. The rate of run in 2014 is a bit over 1 million barrels a day from what we're seeing so far. So It has been a growing commodity. It's starting to level off at this point in time, but it is one that has been a growing commodity. Now, it is blamed, because it has been a growing commodity, it is blamed for every service problem that is known to man by most observers in the rail industry, or outside observers of the rail industry. But the reality is that the crude oil is only about 1.5% of what we handle out there. It's not a huge commodity for the rail industry. As I say, a growing commodity at this point, not a huge one. And in terms of, I believe the mayor in his opening statement was talking about all the trains of this stuff that there are. Well, in reality, there are about 5,000 trains that originate on the U.S. rail network every day, somewhere in the country. Of these, about 12 are crude oil trains. So you put it in proportion of what it is out there. It's not a lot of new train loads that are out there. But these happen to be concentrated in very specific places, particularly the concentration in North Dakota, which has certainly been disruptive, just because where you get these things concentrated, it takes more capacity than would otherwise be available. And it has led to some capacity problems because of that. And that's why one of our members is investing about $400 million in that area to relieve some of those capacity problems this year. Now, the other big energy item where we're handling the energy material itself is ethanol. Again, about 300,000 carloads a year, or about 3/4 the size of the coal business. Ethanol, unlike coal, unlike crude oil, ethanol moves generally in single carload lots or multiple carload lots rather than unit train lots. And so it goes to from a relatively small number of production points, although larger than either coal or crude oil, to lots and lots of destination points where it's blended with various gasoline production areas. Finally, let's look a little bit at what the industry has been investing in infrastructure and equipment. By far, most of our investment these days is in infrastructure, not equipment. For example, none of the tank cars that are used in crude oil service are actually owned by railroads. They're all owned by oil companies. A lot of the cars that are used in coal service are not owned by railroads. They're owned by either utilities or coal production companies. But the infrastructure is owned by us. It's something we have to finance. If you look at the expenditures up here, the total on maintenance and capital tends to be the growth areas in the infrastructure. The total of it's been about $25 billion a year here recently, and that's a number that we expect will be sustained going forward, at least at those levels going forward. I'd emphasize that this, unlike the numbers we heard bandied about and a small percentage investment of the resources available, for us, this represents 17 to 20% of our revenue most years, invested in new capital projects, and the total portion of our money going into infrastructure is about 40%. That's not uncommon for a network industry. It's one of the things where you have a lot of infrastructure. You're going to have a very high portion of your revenue invested back into that infrastructure. The other thing about this is it's all private money. With all due respect to the Secretary this morning and his comments on investment in the infrastructure, the reality is for us, it all has to come from private sources. There is no public source for investment in our industry. It has to come from basically what we charge our customers to move their freight, and so that is the source of the investment in our industry. It is not the public. There are public projects that we do, that we undertake. However, the vast majority of this investment, I'm talking 98.5%, is money that has to come from private sources. So with that, move on.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have another customer from Wisconsin Public Service Corporation, Dave Wana.
First, I'd like to thank DOE for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit today about how important rail infrastructure and rail transportation are to my company and to all of our customers as well. The short form of my presentation would simply be to say I share Sean's pain. But I'll be a little less brief than that. I'm the manager of field services for Wisconsin Public Service Corporation, or WPS for short. And we serve about 445,000 customers for electricity and about 323,000 natural gas customers. These are primarily located in northeastern Wisconsin. During 2013, approximately 82% of all the electricity we generated and approximately 55% of all the electricity that we provided to our customers came either from our own coal-fired power plants or from our share of jointly owned coal-fired power plants. So coal-fired power is very important to us. Our coal all comes from the Powder River Basin in Wyoming, and it's all transported by rail, and there really isn't another viable mode of transportation for coal to our plants. Now I'm going to use events that began in late 2013, much as Sean experienced, and really continue to this day, to kind of illustrate both the importance of rail to our business and also some areas that maybe should be looked into. My comments are going to be based on events at our Weston plant. Our Weston plant is located in north central Wisconsin. It's our largest coal-fired power plant. At the beginning of December 2013, our coal inventories were sitting at about 105% of our target. So we were about where we wanted to be. And rail deliveries during 2013 had been generally reliable. However, in December, that changed. Our December cycle times, which is the time that the railroads have both the loaded train that they bring to the plant, and then once we empty the train, they empty train back to the mine. That combined time is the railroad cycle time, and it increased over 25% in December compared to our year-to-date average. Now, by the end of December 2013, our inventory was all the way down to 72% from its 105% at the beginning of the month. We really do need reliable deliveries of coal. And of course, at this time, we were in the middle of this really cold winter, this polar vortex, and delivered natural gas prices to parts of Wisconsin were skyrocketing. Oftentimes, the Henry Hub price is quoted as a barometer of natural gas prices. Well, some of the delivered prices into parts of Wisconsin were 5 or 6 times above that Henry Hub price, which was itself increasing. And a lot of that is partly due to pipeline capacity issues for natural gas, much as we're seeing in the northeastern part of the country. But this also illustrates one of coal's significant advantages. That coal is the only source of electricity, the only large source of electricity that can store significant amounts of fuel on site. However, this large advantage of coal is greatly nullified if the railroads don't provide reliable transportation. Rail service to Weston continued to struggle during January and February of 2014. By the end of February 2014, we were down to 23% of our target inventory. Therefore, at the beginning of March, we had to implement some coal conservation measures, or else we were going to run out of coal, and March can still be pretty cold in Wisconsin, so we certainly couldn't risk that. Now, these measures increased the cost of providing electricity to our customers because we're replacing our most economical source of generation with whatever else we can find on the market. Cycle times during the first quarter of 2014 were 65% greater than our January through November 2013 average. Extremely significant degradation in service. The inventory at Weston actually didn't recover until May of 2014 when we had a planned outage of our largest unit at Weston, and that's really the only thing that brought it back. Now initially, we had, of course, many discussions with the railroads. We work with them every day. And initially, all the discussions centered on the bad weather, the winter weather, how it was affecting operations. That was the issue. However, after winter ended, rail service to Weston didn't really improve very much. Cycle times during the second quarter of 2014 were still almost 50% greater than our 2013 January through November average. Now at this point, as I stand here today, we've had a relatively cool start to summer, and that's kind of helped us to some extent maintain our inventories, although we still have issues with service. And in July alone, we lost an amount of coal equal to 17% of our inventory target. So this has been an ongoing situation, and it kind of brings to mind a couple of things that hopefully Department of Energy will consider when they're looking at rail infrastructure. And the first point is sufficient infrastructure has to exist to move all traffic. Both of the railroads that are involved in the movements of our coal to Weston reported year-over-year gains in both volume and revenue, 2014 compared to 2013, both Q1 and Q2. At the same time, shippers such as ourselves and grain shippers also were experiencing severe rail service shortages. So this would seem to indicate there's some kind of an infrastructure issue there. Also, we would like to see increased rail system transparency. We're trying to figure out how long these shortages are going to last, how severe they're going to be, and yet we have absolutely no idea what other traffic beyond our own trains is moving on the rail system. So that's a challenge for us, and it really hampers our ability to minimize the cost of these disruptions to our customers. If we know there's only going to be a 1-week disruption due to some isolated event, we have enough inventory. We don't really have to do anything. If we know it's going to be 8 months, like this one has been, well, that's an entirely different story. Finally, rail competition has to be enhanced, and Sean touched on this as well. There are only 2 railroads with access to the Powder River Basin. Not only does this duopoly situation give the railroads significant pricing power, it also gives them significant power to dictate service standards in contracts. And with service standards not being very strong in contracts, the railroads can shift services, shift resources away from coal deliveries without any penalty. So in short, those 3 things again: sufficient infrastructure for all traffic, increased rail system transparency, and enhanced rail competition are 3 things that I think deserve to be looked at. And I would just like to thank DOE once again for allowing me to participate in this panel.
Thank you very much, Dave. Next up is Commissioner Rebecca Scheinfeld, who is with the Chicago Department of Transportation, and we'll start the discussion from the public sector perspective here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Scheinfeld, Commissioner of the Chicago Department of Transportation. I'm glad to have the opportunity to be here today to build upon what the mayor kicked off this morning in providing the municipal perspective here. As the mayor mentioned in his remarks earlier, Chicago is a global hub for transportation, distribution, and logistics. We are home to the most extensive freight rail system in the country, 2 of the nation's busiest airports, the nation's 2nd busiest transit system, 7 major interstate highways, 300 bridges, and more than 4,000 miles of streets. The Chicago region alone has the most extensive freight rail infrastructure of any metropolitan area in the U.S. We see 46% of all containerized freight in the U.S. 25% of all U.S. rail traffic travels to, from, or through Chicago. And our intermodal rail yards process 12 million TEUs worth of containers every year. a level of activity that would rank our region among the world's 10 busiest containerized freight seaports. This freight activity is part of what makes Chicago such a vibrant city and contributes to our regional economy. However, at the same time, it underscores the importance of railroad safety, particularly as it pertains to the transportation of energy resources. Demand for freight and passenger rail service in the Chicago region is expected to grow considerably from 2018 to 2014, as a number of my colleagues on this panel and previous speakers have noted. If we can accommodate this train traffic, this growth will generate an estimated 172,000 job years of employment and up to $7 billion in annual production. But to achieve this economic growth, it is incumbent upon our region to find ways to expand rail capacity while appropriately managing community impacts. Each day, 500 freight trains, 750 metric commuter rail trains, and 50 Amtrak passenger trains travel through Chicago. While we don't have exact numbers, estimates show that about 5 to 10 of these trains each day are unit trains carrying crude oil through the city. As I noted, the extensive infrastructure in the city of Chicago alone to handle this rail traffic is quite impressive. There are 220 miles of freight and passenger rail corridors, and these railroads utilize 863 bridges and viaducts and pass through 393 at-grade crossings. More than 55% of the city's land area is located within 1/2 mile of freight tracks. Within this 1/2 mile radius, that includes more than 1.6 million residents, 431 primary schools, 91 high schools, 29 colleges and universities, and 313 public parks. So this is what underscores our focus on safety in terms of thinking about the safe passage of freight rail traffic for carrying many different types of commodities and other load, including the different energy sources discussed today. The recent domestic energy boom in the U.S. is great for business and for our energy security, and rail remains one of the safest ways to transport these goods. Crude oil shipments by rail have increased by over 400% since 2005. Again, a statistic I'm echoing what a number of others have mentioned today. And that this has been such a dramatic increase that just 10 years ago, we didn't see anything of this significance. And so the policies and investments are lagging and need to catch up to this new reality. Recent derailments and explosions that devastated communities in Virginia, North Dakota, Alabama, Illinois, and Canada have called national attention to the safety gap and underscore that we can and we must do more to protect our communities. Recognizing this issue, in January, Mayor Emanuel, along with mayors from across the country, made a strong national call for common sense reforms that will help keep our communities safe. Just last month, the U.S. Conference of Mayors adopted a policy resolution calling for these same reforms. I think it's important to note that there's no silver bullet here, and we need a comprehensive approach that relies on partnerships across the public and private sector. We have to invest in building safe and efficient infrastructure to prevent accidents from happening in the first place. At the same time, we need to make sure hazardous materials are properly understood, inspected, and handled, and that our emergency responders are adequately prepared in the event of an accident. We also need to make sure shippers are carrying adequate insurance to cover the costs of any potential accident. Secretary Fox has been working aggressively to manage these issues in partnerships with cities like Chicago, the railroad industry, and oil and energy producers. Last week, the U.S. Department of Transportation released proposed rules that will clarify classification standards for dangerous materials, improve specifications for rail cars carrying hazardous materials, and quickly phase out older, unsafe cars. Set speed limits for trains carrying large amounts of hazardous materials through populated areas, and require railroads to provide information to first responders to help them adequately respond to any such incidents. Still, Congress can do more to address the safety gap through providing the resources we need to invest in strengthening our freight infrastructure and ensuring our emergency responders have the information and resources they need. These investments should not be contentious. They create jobs, they help grow the economy, and they help protect our communities. Everyone wins. We have a long and successful history of working with the freight railroads to maintain and improve Chicago's infrastructure while mitigating community and regional impacts. For example, The city, the state of Illinois, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the freight, passenger, and commuter railroads have been working collaboratively through years on the public-private partnership known as CREATE, which improves the efficiency and effectiveness of freight, commuter, and intercity passenger rail to reduce delays within the Chicago region. CREATE stands for the Chicago Region Environmental and Transportation Efficiency Program. It's a 70-project, $3.8 billion plan. If we complete all of these projects, we'll improve the national economy by making cross-country shipping more efficient. Already, investments to date have reduced freight train delay in the region by 28% and passenger train delay by 33%. Completing all of the projects within 20 years will reduce freight train delay by an additional 50% and passenger and commuter train delay by an additional 66%. Right now, there is no federal investment aimed at building the capacity and improving the safety of our national freight rail infrastructure. Secretary Fox and Congress have proposed programs to include in a new transportation bill, but as you all know, those long-term investments are on hold in Congress right now as we continue to negotiate a long-term transportation reauthorization bill. Federal investment is needed for projects like CREATE that improve our rail infrastructure, improve the efficiency of goods movement for the entire country, and most importantly, help keep our communities safe. Thank you again for your attention and for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our last speaker on this panel is Professor John Burge from the University of Chicago Business School and former Dean of Northwestern Engineering School. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for coming to this, and thank DOE for putting this together here in Chicago, which, as you've heard, is really a hub for transportation and transportation of energy. I'm the only academic on this panel, and as you probably know, I'm used to speaking for an hour at a time. But I'm going to refrain from that today, hopefully. But I do want to do a little bit of education. So, talk about, maybe go back a little bit at thinking about how our rail system came to be, and actually what role it's actually played in our entire economy. The incredibly important role it's played in our entire economy, as well as in our policies. Much of our policy actually was formed on regulating the railroad industry. And in fact, the Interstate Commerce Act 1887, which was focused on the railroad industry, is really the basis for all of our laws that govern the trade between the states. And that's really been sort of the lasting legacy of the railroads for a long time. What happened later in the century was later in the 20th century was the Staggers Act of 1980 that was referred to earlier. If you look at it, I guess I don't have the chart, but I'll just tell you that prices since the Staggered Act came down substantially. I would say it was because of people in my profession of operations research who made the railroads much more efficient. They've come up a little bit since 2008, but in that period, they went down effectively by about 50%. One thing that was also mentioned about the railroad industry is that it is highly capital intensive. And that leads to, it's very hard to understand exactly how, when we just look at it, how the effects of something like regulations governing the use of coal for electric power, how that affects the distribution of that coal through the rails and impacts the utilities like we've heard here. One of the things that has happened while the coal has been decreasing overall, what that's meant is that was shown in the earlier chart. Coal has gone down as a fraction of the amount that the railroads are transporting. And it's also being used in different ways. Before, coal was basically used as baseload, so throughout most of the country. But now we see baseload being taken over by natural gas, coal being used as more of a shoulder kind of resource. And that creates a different kind of need. And unfortunately, the way the railroads are constructed, that doesn't necessarily translate directly into just delivering larger loads. It actually creates a hardship on them to be able to get and to be able to service in the way that that the utilities would certainly prefer. So this is kind of an example of sort of the indirect impact of some regulation in one area, which is good, trying to make the air fresher for us and for our children, but also having an impact in how the business is done in the area of coal. I was also going to mention about crude oil being an increasing part of what the railroads are transporting, although it is, as John Gray had shown, it is actually a very small part still of the overall amount that railroads are transporting. And when we think about the policies that are governing the delivery of that crude oil, we have to think about not only the impact in terms of safety of that delivery, but what would be the alternative if we have to push that to another mode of transportation. And if, for example, if it were to go by truck instead of rail, then the opportunities for safety issues might increase. So in considering that kind of legislation, we have to think about the ramifications of that in other areas besides the direct impact on the rail industry. The other two things I'll just mention that haven't come up in terms of what rail can do for energy are some things that are being looked at here with some of my colleagues at the Illinois Institute of Technology. One is to use rail to actually transport electricity in batteries. As you probably know, there's been a great growth in terms of intermittent renewable production of electricity using wind, particularly here in the Midwest. However, we don't have the transmission capacity to take all that wind and to get it to us here in urban areas. If you look at the Mid-Continent Independent System Operators map of prices at any point in time, you'll see great variations. Price will be minus $10 actually happens in one area, and then 50 miles away it'll be more than $100 a megawatt hour. The reason for that is that we don't have the transmission capacity. Rail can actually provide a mode to be able to move the electricity that's being produced in one area and move it to another without having to put in expensive transmission, without having to go through that effort. And then the other thing, just since we are in an urban area in Chicago, when those trains come into these stations, they generate a lot of heat. That heat can be recaptured, that can be put into power. This is being done in China, where they're actually powering entire blocks just based on the energy that's produced by commuter rail. And those are the other kinds of things that we can do with rail here in the United States. And so just to close, I'll just say, I think there are many things we need to think about in terms of policies related to rail and transportation, and in particular to think about from a systems perspective so we see all the sides of the issues. Thank you.
So, Professor Burge, I want to apologize for not getting the slides up. There was some logistics challenge there. But all of the presentations will be up on the QER website, so anybody who wants access to this later can get it that way. Fred, do you want to lead the discussion?
The question that comes to mind when I listen to all of the speakers is the issue of collaboration and coordination of the partnerships and sort of different stakeholders getting together and talking, the people who need the coal, the railroads who deliver the coal, the policymaker, the regulators. My question, I guess, is what do you see as the barriers to that collaboration, stakeholder partnerships, and how can the federal government help in that? So I'm just going to go down the line and have each one of you do that. Great question.
I'll take the first shot there. As far as the collaboration, I think what it comes down to, am I still on? As far as the collaboration, I think what it comes down to is the goals. And I think the first step that we're seeing right now is what the Department of Energy is doing with the QER review. So I think once we come together as far as what goals we have, almost like a grassroots type plan, I think that can work.
Great. Okay. John.
The reality is that our industry lives in something where you either collaborate with your customers, with the communities that you operate in, with the stakeholders that are involved with your business, or you don't last long actually in the business. You have to do it. It's part of what is the routine. Reality is that when you're managing between hundreds of different communities, thousands of different customers, inevitably somebody's not going to get what they want. There's going to be problems in one way or another. The key is how you manage those differences. Some can be managed readily, some take much longer to work through. But it is a process that has to be continuous. It has to be part of your day-to-day business. I'm not sure that in most cases it's one in which is a particularly vibrant role for regulatory agencies. There may be an informational role at times, but the reality is that if these things don't happen on a one-on-one basis between the parties, that they're not likely to be successful if they're simply forced by regulatory fiat.
Okay. Again, barriers to collaboration and what can federal government do?
I don't know if there are really barriers to communication between us and the railroads. We talk to the railroads every single day because we have trains moving every single day. On the other hand, the regulatory thing is a little bit more difficult, if you will, because the railroads are, they're private companies. There is regulation. There is a Surface Transportation Board. We have found that not to be very effective. A way to get our issues out, if there would be some way that could be a more effective way of maybe getting issues addressed, I think that would be helpful. But between us and the railroads, we talk every day.
Okay.
Again, as you noted, collaboration is key and it's not without precedent. I noted in my remarks the success of the CREATE program for the Chicago region, which has been critical partnership between multiple levels of government, along with partnership between the public and the private sector. I think the federal role and key action now is to provide long-term certainty and vision through a long-term transportation reauthorization bill, which will have manifold impacts because on the previous panel, there was discussion about how the different modes of transportation are sort of siloed and thinking about it. But the fact is that the public and the private sector have competing demands on the types of investments that need to be made in infrastructure between highways, rail, waterways, local roads, arterial roads, et cetera. All parties on the public and the private side are trying to manage limited resources and prioritize investment of resources effectively. So federal leadership with a long-term bill will provide help in terms of certainty for a long-term vision, coupled with regulatory reforms that can help the public and private sector collaborate even more effectively to prioritize their respective resources so that we can focus on the most productive projects or productive policy and operational changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think in general, communication obviously is necessary, but I think it's more than communication. It's actually understanding. It's knowing what the issues are that other people are dealing with, and particularly in this case, for example, with railroads compared to utilities. Understanding the complexity of the environments that these other collaborators operate in. And I think that takes ongoing dialogue. I think the types of things that DOE is doing are definitely steps in the right direction.
Okay. I'm just curious, again, I'll let everyone have a shot at this, but I'm just curious, what do you see as the major infrastructure priorities, infrastructure development or maintenance priorities for the rails are? John, you want to start again?
Yeah, so I think replacing the capacity that's taken from coal, and that means looking at different lines, different ways in which we can connect. Obviously, maintaining our existing infrastructure, but upgrading the remaining infrastructure and creating connections where we can actually best serve the needs of kind of the new development, particularly in the crude oil and ethanol areas.
Okay, so you're saying new connections and new rail lines?
Yes, I mean, I see opportunities. For example, if we also had the regulation governing the limit on the speed of crude oil, that's going to require additional rail for the offsetting.
Okay.
In the Chicago region, one of the focuses of the CREATE program has been to do grade separation projects and eliminate at-grade crossings, which currently contribute to significant delays both for freight rail as well as passenger rail. So continuing to advance grade separation opportunities will be critical in terms of improving reliability, which overall impacts in a positive way the cost structures for both the public and the private sector in terms of passenger rail and freight rail, as well as it's a win-win because it does improve safety significantly. So those would be continuing priorities within the Chicago region.
Good.
That's a really good question, and it goes back to one of the points I made in my presentation where we have no idea what other traffic is really moving on specific parts of the rail system. For example, you talk about, I think the state of Wisconsin actually asked the railroads at one point recently how many crude oil trains were moving through certain corridors, and through one corridor there were 5 a day. Now, it's not much of the overall railroad transportation, but for people along that corridor, it's a big deal. But we really don't usually get that kind of information. The other thing with crude oil shipments, it's not just the crude oil. It's also the frac sand. There's a lot of frac sand in western Wisconsin that has to move to the Bakken. That obviously takes rail capacity. There's the pipe that's used in the fracking process. So it's more than just counting the number of crude oil trains. But to say specifically, which sidings or what track needs to be improved, it's really hard for me to say because it's opaque.
Well, I'd say that there are 2 or 3 different items that I've heard going on in the conversation, 2 or 3 different strings on it. One of those is what was talked about by John a little bit earlier, and that is the fact that one of the reasons for investment is the fact that the markets that we serve are always changing. You could make the argument that given the amount of reductions in coal, that there's not as much infrastructure needed there. Well, it's not a simple matter just to pick it up. The infrastructure that was there when there were 1,500,000 more carloads of coal on the system is still there. It's all still there. It's just in the wrong place for where the business is now. And quite frankly, once you get something out of sync in a rail network, it's like any other network. It doesn't affect just the business that happens to be out of sync. It affects everything on that network. It is a network business. But fundamental point, the markets are always changing. So you always have to invest in what is, you hope, the next market. What you have to invest in what you hope is going to be that change, and what direction that change is going to be, and what the degree to change is going to be. All of those things are predictable at about the same level of accuracy as any other prediction. That being, if you hit 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, you're doing pretty good on it. So let's not kid ourselves that something like this is absolutely predictable or absolutely knowable. The other thing, and I think this is important in terms of the whole issue of collaboration on this on infrastructure, and that is we've talked about CREATE as something that is a collaborative project. One of the things I'd emphasize about CREATE, though, that it almost makes it unique, not entirely, but almost makes it unique, is that it has been one of the few areas where the public has actually shown up with money to do what they felt was necessary for their area. And they have, and not just shown up with one tranche of money, but has been consistently in the game. And that is really hard to do for public agencies. And it's something that in our industry we have a lot of respect for what's happened in Chicago because of that. And but that brings a critical issue to the fore. And that is, if the public is going to be involved in a lot of the understanding of this decision, it also has to take some responsibility. And part of that responsibility is to show up with the resources necessary to do what the public wants.
I'm not a expert on the economy, but as far as what has happened this past year, there's multiple commodities that are being impacted. And we're just up here today discussing about coal, Dave and I. I think as far as use emergency orders for commodities that are critical to the economy, require carriers to submit long-term plans to address rail shipment growth and ensure reliable rail service, and require carriers to submit emergency contingent plans in preparation for such as the severe winter or any crisis. As a utility, we are required by regulation to have contingency plans to prepare for an emergency crisis. So I'd like to, for the QER to review that.
Okay. Let me finish up and final words of advice. Sean, do you want to start? And final words of advice for the QER team.
At Dairyland Power, our mission as a cooperative organization is being responsible to its members, provide reliable and competitively priced energy and services consistent with the wise use of resources. Our core values include accountability, integrity, innovation, and a commitment to community. In the last 12 months, Dairyland has been challenged with rail service and has used costly alternatives to replace our generation or make sure we have coal on the ground. The QER review is important to the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, Dairyland Power, and QER for evaluating the latest transportation challenges we are experiencing to deliver coal out of the Powder River Basin. We are encouraged this review will be a step forward to ensure all consumers in the United States can receive reliable electricity at reasonable prices. Thank you for the opportunity.
I guess if I had to look at the, where do you go? What's the advice on coming out of this?
Yeah.
It's look at those things that are working and encourage them, and stay out of the way of those things that are working well, and don't get involved and screw it up.
Okay.
Don't screw it up. Words of wisdom. Yeah, I guess I would say, overall, with the QER, you really want to keep all forms of energy available and reliable. So certainly don't forget coal. As I mentioned, coal does have some distinct advantages. The on-site inventory advantage. And we have had reliable rail service in the past, for many years. It's not something that can't be done. It's a matter of business planning, and as John said, you don't always get it right, but hopefully you can always get it close enough to recover in a reasonable time frame. Obviously, rail service can work. I rode the CTA train in from the airport today. Got here in plenty of time. Thank you, Rebecca. So we can do it, but I'd just say don't overlook any form of energy.
Okay, good.
Continuing to grow our economy requires investments in our transportation infrastructure so we can continue to move energy and other supports for the economy quickly and efficiently and safely. And so it's important that we review those changes. As has been noted, there's been significant changes in the distribution of the type of energy that's needed and how that's moving around the country. And we need to make sure that our vision for the future and the regulations that accompany that catch up to the current sort of distribution of demands on the system, and so that federal leadership can provide overall context in which the states and municipalities can then reinforce that long-term vision with their own commensurate partnered investments.
My advice for the QER is, as we look forward at energy policy and the future of energy for our country, that we take a systems perspective, that we look at not just what's the immediate impact or what's the direct impact of any of our policy recommendations, but how's it going to ripple through the economy? Because it's not just the rails that are networked, but really our economy is more networked every day. And we have to think about how any action that we take is going to have an impact and a lasting effect.
Good. All right. Thank you very much, panel.
So this group will address the barge and other waterway issues. We've got, again, users and a tanker barge operator and government officials. We'll get those perspectives on the table here again, then turn to a discussion, and then on to the open mic. So our first speaker is Marty Heddle, from Senior Manager with the AEP River Operations, and he's in charge of their waterway regulatory programs. Marty.
Well, good morning. Thank you. Certainly want to thank everybody for the opportunity to address you today. A little bit about AEP River Operations before I get started in my comments. We're owned by American Electric Power, a huge generator of electricity in 11 different states, a huge consumer of coal, and we transport a lot of that coal to our power plants. We move about 75 million tons of coal annually on the Inland Waterway system. And speaking of those tonnage, in 2012, the Inland Waterway industry delivered 565 million tons of commodities on the Inland Waterway system. Commodities that keep the lights on, products that produce, that power our vehicles, materials used to produce products that we use in our day-to-day lives, products that build America, and grains that we export to feed the world. And according to a study performed by the Texas Transportation Institute for the National Waterways Foundation, the Inland Waterway system moves these commodities in the safest, most environmentally friendly, most fuel efficient, and most cost-effective manner of delivering bulk commodities within the United States. And while our inland waterway system continues to be a reliable means for transporting bulk commodities, the efficiencies we gain by shipping on inland waterways is being challenged by our aging infrastructure. Outages in inland waterway locks and dams have increased from 28,000 hours in 1992 to 180,000 hours in 2008. That's a 543% increase in out-of-service time in a mere 16 years. While we've seen some improvements from 2008 to 2013, however, in 2013, we still experienced 142,000 hours that locks were out of service, meaning that's an increase of 407% as compared to 1992. And I don't believe it's going to get any better. As of 2014, 60% of the Corps of Engineers inventory of locks and dams, or 144 of the 242 locks, are over 50 years old. Add 6 years to that, by 2020, 70% of those facilities, 169 of 242 of them, will be over 50 years old. And let's go all the way up to 2030. Remember that 16-year time frame from 92 to 2008? 16 years from now, 85% of these facilities, or 207 of the 242 locked facilities in the Corps' inventory, will be over 50 years old. And according to the Corps of Engineers, these facilities are built for a design life of 50 years. So we are facing infrastructure problems, as the engineers have been speaking up here in one of the previous panels. Now, navigation is not the only beneficiary of the inland waterway system. While it's certainly true that dams hold back water that creates pools for the freight delivery, dams also provide water for municipal and industrial use. Dams create pools of water that are vital for recreational boating. Dams hold back water that's utilized by hydroelectric facilities. Dams hold back water for irrigation of our farmlands. Dams hold back waters that increase land values. And dams hold back water to assist in flood prevention during high water events. So you can certainly see there are many more beneficiaries to locks and dams besides navigation. Now, the recent Water Resources Reform and Development Act of 2014, which was signed into law by the President on June 10th of this year, is a good start to recapitalizing and improving our aging infrastructure. However, there's one component that did not make it into the Word bill, and that component that wasn't included in the Word bill was legislation would have raised our inland waterway user fee from 20 cents a gallon to between 26 and 29 cents a gallon. This additional 6 to 9 cents a gallon increase in our user's fee is being volunteered by the shippers and carriers that use the inland waterway system to help address our aging infrastructure challenge. However, the routine maintenance needed to keep these locks and dams facilities operational, thus keeping them from needing recapitalization. We need more routine maintenance on these locks and dams. We expect to see these outages continue to increase as these facilities age, and similar to your vehicle that you operate, the more years, the more miles you get on it, the more maintenance you have to put into it before you have to recapitalize and buy a new car. Continued escalation of lock outages can cost the consumer due to the increased delay cost of the raw materials. In the last 4 years, there's been 7 major lock outages that have increased shipper and carrier costs by over $240 million. These costs are passed on not only to the consumer, but can also have a negative effect on our exports as we continue to compete in a world marketplace. Now, here in the United States, American Electric, our river-served power plants rely on the inland waterway system for delivery of fuel and environmental consumables to produce electricity, and are dependent upon this inland waterway system. During the cold weather, we've heard the polar vortex brought up a couple of times today. During the cold weather in January, American Electric Power utilized every bit of the capacity we had available to feed the grid, which included 89% of the older coal-fired power plants that we must retire next year due to the MATS ruling. Despite the extraordinary performance of these plants during this harsh winter, they're not going to run after June of 2015. They're going to be shut down. And as these older plants at American Electric Power get shut down, and other utility companies get shut down that are river served, it's going to be even more important that we avoid disruptions in deliveries of fuel and environmental consumables to the base load power plants that'll be running more often in order to keep the grid supplied with power. So I want to summarize my comments. Number one, we need to recapitalize parts of our aging infrastructure, inland waterway infrastructure. We also need to increase maintenance on our aging inland waterway infrastructure in order to keep lock and dam facilities from falling into a state of disrepair to the point recapitalization is needed. And if we can achieve recapitalization and continue to maintain the facilities that are currently operational, our export products will be even more competitive in the world marketplace. We'll be able to keep the lights on. We can continue to build America, and consumers will be able to continue to receive the benefits of the safest, most environmentally friendly, most fuel efficient, and most cost-effective means of delivering bulk commodities in the United States, our inland waterway system. Thank you. I'll be happy to look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Marty. Matt Woodruff is our next speaker. He's director at the Kirby Corporation, which is the nation's largest tank barge operating company. Matt?
First of all, I'd like to thank the Department of Energy for giving us an opportunity to present today, because I think this is a very important discussion for the nation, and the fact that you recognize the importance of marine transportation as part of the overall energy equation for the nation, I think is a very good first start. As was stated, Kirby Corporation is the largest operator of both inland and coastal tank barges in the U.S. Marine transportation, both inland and coastal, has long played a vital role in the nation's energy supply chain. Moving energy by water is not an emerging trend in any sense. We've been doing it safely, reliably, and efficiently, but also somewhat quietly for generations. And when we're talking about moving energy, we're not just talking about getting it from the well to the refinery. The molecules that go into our daily life often move many times between the wellhead and the consumer by water in the form of feedstocks, intermediate feedstocks, and finished products, both petroleum products as well as petrochemicals. You've heard already that marine transportation is the most efficient form of surface transportation. I won't expand on that. I think Marty covered it well. It takes infrastructure. Marty talked about some of the public infrastructure, and whereas Marty said it might not get better, I want to believe that it can get better, and that the WRDA bill that was just passed provides us a framework to improve our system, that if we do the funding pieces and we focus on this problem going forward, that with relatively modest, I should say, investments, that we can ensure our waterway infrastructure will be safe, reliable, and efficient in the future, so that we can continue to meet the energy transportation needs of the nation. As I said, WRDA is a good step in that direction. But there's also private infrastructure involved. Our industry is literally investing billions of dollars, not just in terminals, but especially in new vessels to meet the energy transportation needs of the nation. And sometimes I hear in energy discussions people talking about, well, we don't have as many tankers as we once did. We just don't have the ship count. People focus on the ship count and really ignore the coastal barge count. I don't think that people realize that the barge of today isn't your grandfather's or your father's barge. Many of the barges that our company operates are larger than the tankers that served as the mainstays of the American fleet in World War II and well beyond. And so, our barges, 150,000, 185,000 barrel barges that we operate are really medium-sized barges. We have competitors who operate barges of twice that capacity. And so tankers, barges really become interchangeable in terms of capacity. And so if you're looking at one without looking at the other, you're not really looking at the picture. The renaissance that we're seeing today in shipbuilding is hugely important in terms of jobs, which I know we're talking about energy, but jobs are important too. Our company is currently building 2 185,000 barrel tug barge units on the West Coast. The shipyard that's building the barges has provided 300 new jobs to conduct that project. The shipyard building the tugs has taken on 150 new workers to do that. And that's being replicated across the nation. Yesterday, I heard the admiral who commands the 8th Coast Guard District, the Midwest. He says the Coast Guard is currently inspecting 8 to 10 new barges being delivered from shipyards each week in his area of responsibility. That gives you an idea of the level of investment. What we're talking about really, when we're talking about energy today, we're talking about American energy independence. And I would submit that we can't have American energy independence if we don't have a domestic maritime industry to get that energy where it needs to go. The domestic energy provides national security. We maintain the shipyard industrial base that we share with the Navy, the ability to construct naval vessels. Our personnel can be diverted from our vessels to man the reserve fleet in the time of a national emergency. Homeland security is an important issue. You've heard some concerns expressed about transportation safety. Our vessels are all American-owned, American-built, American-crewed, and that is important. Every mariner who works for us goes through security screening. We know who those people are, the people who are moving those energy cargoes along our coast and into our cities like Chicago are American citizens, security screen. I don't think we want to turn that job over to folks that we don't know who they are or necessarily where they came from. We, I think, are a vital part of the supply chain, an important part to be maintained. As I said, to have energy independence for this nation, we must have a domestic maritime industry. The domestic maritime industry is strong, we're building, and we will continue to meet the needs of the nation, and we're prepared to work with the department in any way we can to identify and ensure that we're doing that job. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and present. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I have at least 2 takeaways from your remarks. One is that water transport is not an emerging industry, and I guess the Phoenicians would agree with that. And the other was, it's the absolute first time I've heard American crude used the way you used it. So that was interesting. We'll turn to the state perspective here now, and our first speaker from Illinois Department of Transportation is Kevin Chauvin.
Great. Well, thank you, and maybe good afternoon. And thank you for this opportunity to address you today and to the Department of Energy. This is a very important matter, and if there's one word I could try to summarize my presentation is the word engagement. The State Department of Transportation is now engaged into waterway planning. Several years ago, when we two and a half years ago, when we were developing our long-range transportation plan, our Secretary of Transportation emphasized that you can't just focus on highways and railways. You need to also include what the movement of our freight on our waterways and how important that was. And like Assistant Secretary Darcy mentioned, we had a scare in the mid-Mississippi River region when the navigation on the Mississippi was threatened.
and the impact that would have meant on state DOTs, not just in Illinois, but through all of the state DOTs throughout the region would have been devastating. So that was a wake-up call for us, and since then we've been actively engaged in waterway navigation. So it's important to point out the department is, we heard a lot of talk about state DOTs and level of engagement. The Illinois Department of Transportation, what is our role? We have ownership, as was mentioned, in our highways, but we don't have ownership of the railways, the waterways, over the ports. But we feel it's in our obligation from a planning perspective that we do engage into thoughtful promotion and advocacy of our freight transportation system, and especially those connecting the modal networks as well. And it was mentioned in the previous panel, is just basic understanding of what's going on, and awareness is so important so that the state DOTs, not only in Illinois, but the other state DOTs, get an awareness of what's happening in terms of the freight mobility in the private sector. So with that, our role was basically somewhat defined. It was encouraging from U.S. Congress and U.S. DOT in administering the MAP 21 requirements. And it establishes that there are three main areas that strategic planning is a must, not only at the national level, but also at the state level. And that regional collaboration also is a must, that we need to start beginning to develop our regional collaboration and our freight policies to build around that. And then, of course, condition and performance measurements, which are going to be integral to the part of state DOTs in developing freight performance measures, and so that we can go back to Congress and advocate for additional funding for freight programs. So with that, Illinois' freight strategy, there are some simple points here, and it's important, and this was somewhat highlighted with the discussion on the earlier panels. Getting understanding of the commodity flows with the energy. And just 2 years ago, when we had our state rail plan, and our state rail plan and our freight plan, the mentioning of energy independence is nowhere to be found. And that's alarming, because that just shows how state DOTs and our state freight plans, it needs to be ongoing. It can't be something that is done every 5 years and put on a shelf. And part of that is getting the ongoing collaboration from private industry, because it's private industry that must work through the supply chain. I tend to see some of the state bureaucrats, not only in Illinois but in other states, we tend to be focused by modes and promotion of whatever mode particular. But when you talk to the private industry, they look at the supply chain. They don't even look at the modes. They look at what is most efficient for their supply chain. And that's something that state DOTs need to reach out and get an understanding of that. Identifying choke points. This all leads to identifying choke points and bottlenecks. In Illinois, we established an Illinois State Freight Advisory Committee, and Commissioner Steinfeld's a member of that, and Ben Brockenschmidt back there is also, and a couple others. It's important that we get, from a local perspective, those bottlenecks and choke points at a local system. And what I say here, and I put qualitative analysis is very important, because our engineers are real good at rounding things, data sets, to the nearest decimal point. But when you ask them, okay, here's the bottleneck on this particular highway or this infrastructure, why is it happening? And then they give you a blank stare. So from a planning perspective, qualitative analysis is important, to take a more holistic view of what's happening with that bottleneck. The intermodal facility or ethanol facility is in the area, so including that into our planning process is also important. Supporting all freight modes in a multimodal system is essential. And then what can state DOTs provide? And that's essentially provide modal connections and promotion of modal connections so that it optimizes opportunities for the private industry. Because if you take one particular mode out of their supply chain, of course, that increases their cost of transportation. So this may seem like a simple model, and it basically is, but I'm finding out with part of our involvement with the National Freight Advisory Committee, and Mayor Emanuel had talked about the importance of strategic planning at the local level.
This is so important, especially the first and last mile issues, and how that builds into the state plan and the national plan. But what I suggest to you today is that we just don't stop there. Here I mentioned the importance of including the metropolitan planning organizations, as well as also private industry. But regional collaboration is important. We talked about CREATE and how that's important. That was a regional collaboration and how that's a project of national significance. But then we can't stop there when we develop a national strategic plan. If one recommendation that we can make today is that the USDOT take the lead in working with Department of Energy, EPA, Army Corps, Labor, Agriculture, and U.S. Commerce, all have a stake. I think it was Dr. Holden that said each individual agency makes individual decisions that have ramifications that affect transportation. So it's important that we have a national plan, but then also develop into a North America plan, because freight mobility in Canada and Mexico is a lot different when you look at also the international perspective too. So part of the advocacy here today is that each level, and you have different levels of engagement, but at the federal level, not only the state and local governments need to get engaged in federal planning, but also the federal agencies as well. One of the examples of a maritime collaboration is with the Council of Great Lakes of Governors, and these are 10 states that got together, 10 governors that got together and challenged the states to get more involved with maritime navigation issues. And we actually submitted a Tiger application that's going to look at commodity flows, energy flows on the Great Lakes. But it's really to help staff, state DOTs to get more involved and do an assessment on the infrastructure needs, not only on the locks and the locks on the Great Lakes, but also the ports as well. And I can never do a presentation without including this. This is very indicative, and we talked a lot about the rail movement from Wyoming, the waterways, and of course the railways. And it's so important, especially we're talking about the barge movement. When you look at the waterways, and what's absent from here, and USDOT is going to help us, is the tonnage movement on the Great Lakes. But this shows the tonnage movement on the Mississippi River. And this was a concern, as I mentioned earlier, about the point of failure. If the Mississippi were to close, what that would mean to the infrastructure on the rail and the highway system throughout not just in Illinois or the region, but really impacting freight mobility throughout the United States. So these are statistics about freight, and this is very indicative of what we see at the federal level in terms of freight growth. And the point here I want to make with Waterway, again, is that 10%, even though it's 10%, if we were to have to transload that onto the other systems, it would be devastating. So just to read highlights of some of the points. Illinois, we have 7 Class 1 railroads. I think Louisiana may have 6 or 7, but we have extensive interstate system. And then this is a key for us, and this is what state DOTs need to get more involved in, is those intermodal connections. While we don't own those other modes, but at least we can help provide access, because in terms of logistics for a private sector, it's not only location, but it's also access. And that's something that state DOTs can help provide in terms of surface access, as well as port development access as well. This is something that was not included in our freight plan 2 years ago, which is now going to be, and especially in light of today, is the freight movement that has moved on our pipelines. This, in terms of what could the impact other states have in this in their freight plans, and this is real important to include this because the impacts it would have on our other infrastructure. So we have to have an understanding of the freight movement, and it's particularly energy movement that's on our pipelines. This is just a brief illustration of what's moved outbound, and clearly energy, coal, petroleum is almost two-thirds of what moves out. Two-thirds of what moves it down the Illinois waterway system, and agriculture being 0.25%. So it's an essential waterway navigation and the Illinois and the Mississippi rivers are so important to our, not just our regional economy, but also for the value of the nation. And then in terms of energy areas of the state that we're looking at, of course, you have the oil transport coming down from the Balkan area. And then, of course, we have wind energy that is thriving in the central part of Illinois, and fracking, the potential of fracking down in south central Illinois. And then, of course, coal being the dominant commodity down in far southern Illinois. And we heard a lot of talk about locks and dams, and I could talk hours about this. But the single point of failure, Illinois is between two great waterways. There are 5 locks on the Mississippi, 2 on the Illinois that were funded by Congress that were not yet appropriated. And that's about $2.4 billion. And we're hoping with the passage of the water bill that is freeing up funding for Homestead that we could earmark some real funding for the locks and dams. It's disturbing to hear today that by 2090 that the maintenance would be perhaps completed. That cannot be tolerated because it's too important to the nation. So point of failure is very important. It shakes the nerve of every state DOT, because if we had to shut down the Mississippi or one of the locks and dams, state DOTs would then have to help deal with that impact. And then here's some pictures of some locks and dams that are really quite concerning and disturbing. This was provided for the Army Corps of Engineers of the St. Louis, or the Rock Island District. Not only with energy, but agriculture, as I mentioned, 25%. Almost 60% of what moves down our waterways is grain. So perhaps, and I suggested this to the soybean industry, that the agriculture community as well as the energy industry need to get together and with the promotion of, with the advocacy of maintaining our locks and dams and modernizing them as well. State DOTs, the first time that 5 states, I talk about in terms of regional collaboration, and Dr. Perry talked about this. The 5 states, this is the Maritime Administration at USDOT. They designate the waterways. There was an obvious omission here, and it's from St. Louis to St. Paul. And Illinois took the lead along with Wisconsin, Missouri, and Minnesota in applying for that. And just this last week, we got notice that that is going to be a designated route. And that's important because that puts it on a map within USDOT, which is generally a highway-centric agency, to be branch off to more a multimodal perspective. And this is an important corridor, and it's going to be increasingly important with the oil transport. In terms of barge renaissance, there are some questions here that that we're closely watching from a state DOT perspective. It's how will how could this impact the locks and dams in terms of capacity and competition with the other with the coal, the grain, and the agricultural commodities? An important question is how this market will dictate the modal shift onto other local, state, and other regional networks. So that's something that we're closely looking at, as well as the impact it would have on port and river terminal development as well. And this was mentioned about the WRDA bill, some 3 main points about the WRDA bill. Harbor maintenance, that was important, that they finally come around to putting some real funding that was already there, but they're putting a path forward by 2025. It's important for the Great Lakes, dredging for the Great Lakes, and it's also important for dredging down south of Baton Rouge. In terms of the inland waterway system, the Inland Waterway Trust Fund, I mentioned about the Olmsted Dam moving off budget a little bit. Hopefully that will free up funding for our locks and dams infrastructure. But it's a lot more investment is needed. And then also in the WRDA bill, there are 2 pilot programs. One for public-private partnership opportunities that we're also looking at. And then also they included a WIFIA program, which is similar to the TIFIA program on the highway side, which is a federal loan program to entice public-private partnerships. This slide, I wanted to nearly end with this, is because Federal government, even though the MAP 21 bill was extended until the end of May, there's some freight provisions here that we all need to pay attention to. Mayor Emanuel talked about the first mile and the local issues. That's establishment of urban freight corridors that was left out of the map earlier this year. That's going to be essential. Intermodal connectivity, establishment of freight committees, and empowering the state freight committees to approve of the state analyses, which are real important. But the one item I want to point out here is up to 10% in the Senate bill proposal, up to 10% may be used for rail and port facilities. So that is going to be something to watch for in the new reauthorization bill when it expires in May. So the last thing I wanted to leave, and I borrowed this from my colleague of mine, is why is planning necessary? And you look into the future and you see all these kind of projections in 5, 10, 20 years from now. Well, in 26 years from now, if you look back at what Shanghai was, what it looked like in 1987, and what it looks like today, which is quite alarming. And if you compare the two, it's really remarkable. And it's a port city, it's an intermodal facility, but it just shows that with proper planning, and it's really a scare tactic too, that the United States really, we're at a crossroads here with our infrastructure, with not only our waterways, our railways, and our highways, that we need to come together as a nation with our infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've heard a little bit about North America, and I think Mike Ford will be speaking to that as chair of the Illinois International Port District. And I do ask the last couple of speakers if you can try to stay to your allotted time, otherwise we're going to be really crunched on the discussion.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the department for putting this together and inviting me to speak. My name is Michael Ford. I'm the chairman of the Illinois International Port District, which operates the Port of Chicago, located on the southeast side of the city of Chicago. We have facilities on both Lake Michigan and Lake Calumet on the southeast side. Chicago is the nation's busiest inland port. The Port of Chicago is a critical part of Chicago's transportation hub network. The Port of Chicago has some somewhat unique characteristics. We are at the crossroads of the inland waterway system and the Great Lakes. We are located within the city limits of the third largest city in the country, located just 12 miles from Chicago's central business district. And we're served by 3 separate rail lines, including 2 Class 1 rail lines. We're also surrounded by a whole network of interstate highways. Chicago is part of the Great Lakes Navigation System, of course, located in the center of the country's industrial and manufacturing heart. The Great Lakes economy, which consists of the 8 states and 1 Canadian province that abut the Great Lakes, has a combined GDP of $4.9 trillion, responsible for 46 million jobs. This would rank the region 4th in the world in GDP, behind only the US, China, and Japan, and ahead of Germany, France, and the UK. The iron, steel, cement, manufacturing, agriculture, and energy sectors all depend on shipping through the Great Lakes system. Shipping for these sectors means jobs for the region and translates to lower cost energy, steel, and concrete. In addition, maritime shipping offers significant environmental and congestion benefits relative to other forms of transportation. Kevin touched on this a little bit, but a single 1,000-foot Great Lake carrier hauls the equivalent of 7 100-car trains of cargo, or 3,000 trucks with 25-ton capacity. Likewise, a 15-barge tow moves the same tonnage as over 1,000 trucks. Now, as you know, oil and petroleum products are increasingly being moved by rail, truck, and barge. These shipments almost doubled in 2012 and are continuing to increase, moving crude oil from shale formations in North Dakota, Texas, Canada, and elsewhere to the U.S. refineries. In 2011 and 2012, oil delivered to refineries by barges increased 53% nationwide. Now, the recent growth in domestic energy production has been great for our economy, our businesses, and our energy security. At the Port of Chicago, we have not yet seen these dramatic increases in energy shipments that other facilities have seen. Energy products comprise about 28% of cargo on the Great Lakes overall, and just about 10% at the Port of Chicago. But we are seeing early signs that we will see increases in that level of energy shipments at the port, especially as we see transfers between crude shipments by rail to truck at our facility. Our policies and investments need to catch up to this new reality. We need to make investments in our transportation infrastructure, including our ports, to ensure that we can continue to grow our economy safely and efficiently to meet our current and future energy demands. Now, these dredging and port investments are key for both Chicago, the local economy, and the Great Lakes regional economy. There are 60 federally maintained deep draft ports and 6 connecting channels that the Corps of Engineers must dredge on the Great Lakes, including 25 of the nation's top 100 ports by tonnage. The Corps reported that almost 30% of commercial vessels arriving in U.S. ports are constrained by inadequate channel depths because of inadequate funds to maintain our maritime infrastructure. The Corps estimates that it needs more than $200 million to restore Great Lakes ports and waterways, though the Great Lakes have only received $20 to $30 million in recent years to address these issues. The Corps is also responsible for dredging 1,200 miles of navigable waterways in the upper Mississippi River system, including the Illinois River. The Illinois River system that connects Chicago to St. Louis has 8 locks that currently require over $500 million in immediate investment. While the Port of Chicago may be different from other ports in some ways, our needs are very typical of many ports. Specifically, the Port of Chicago needs infrastructure investment to support the growth in trade and goods shipped through the city each year. For instance, we have a 3,000-foot long timber dock wall that was built over 100 years ago and requires substantial investment. The water level changes that we've seen in Lake Michigan in recent years have accelerated the need for repairs at our facilities. Low water levels and inadequate investment in dredging have caused some harbors in the Great Lakes region to close in recent years. And dredging continues to be a major issue for us at the Port of Chicago. Congress took a great step toward addressing dredging issues by passing the WRDA this year with important fixes to the Harbor Trust Fund distributions and special attention for the Great Lakes Navigation System. Under this reauthorization, more Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund revenue will go toward harbor maintenance and will continue to increase until 2025, when we hope 100% of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund will be used for critical harbor infrastructure projects. The WRDA also reclassified the Great Lakes Navigation System as a unified body, which puts the Great Lakes on equal footing with the country's other water systems and will help prioritize these regional projects. This new classification will improve harbor dredging across the Great Lakes and help shorten the dredging backlog that has held back our growth at the Port of Chicago and throughout the Great Lakes. As this new funding becomes available, we're looking forward to working with the Corps on new projects to bring Chicago's port infrastructure into the 21st century. These investments are needed for Chicago and the country to stay competitive in the 21st century. If our ports are not prepared to handle our energy and other transportation demands, we will fall behind. Thank you.
Our last speaker today is Carl Benzel from DCI Group.
Thanks. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to be the last person, but if you're running over, it's probably a little bit of a curse. So I am with the DCI Group. I'm here speaking from my personal perspective. I worked for 15 years in the Senate as a counsel working on surface transportation and maritime policy. So I actually worked on railroads, trucks, pipelines, and maritime. But the maritime issues are near and dear to my heart. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the intersection of energy policy and and maritime and what it's meant. And my fellow panelists talked a little bit about the growth, but it's interesting that what's happening in energy really is having a remarkable effect on the maritime industry. And what we've seen is the traditional pattern of production of energy in the United States change. Traditionally, we got most of our energy from the Gulf of Mexico, Alaska, but now we're seeing places like North Dakota, Ohio, potentially New York at some point, California, providing energy. And what this means is a stress on the transportation structure, which has been designed really primarily to move product from the Gulf Coast as it came in to other areas. So we're seeing a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, and it's an opportunity because we're seeing economic growth in areas of the country that have not had that, and we're seeing opportunity for the transportation segment to grow their operations in new areas. I was talking to someone who manages the Shipbuilders Association, and he told me that the order book for shipbuilding in the United States right now is at a 30-year high. And as Matt mentioned, the barge builders are actually going from where they were building 1.5 barge a day to 2.5 barges a day. So they're doubling their employment at some of these facilities. This, in large part, is attributable for the most part, is attributable to the energy production in the United States and what that's meant. The maritime community is diverse, it's segmented. You have your coastal shipping, large tug barge operations. You have tankers operating from the Gulf of Mexico to the refineries. We have international shipping coming in. These are the container markets on the coast, and they're all impacted by energy. And it's not just the production of bulk commodities. It's oil and gas. It's the movement of sand that's used in the production of gas. It's the movement of piping. It's the movement of equipment that's used in it, and the waste products that go out. So all of these elements have impacted the transportation system. While there's been some stress on the rail, all of this is a result really of the energy production and the changing patterns of energy production. And I anticipate that there will be opportunity both for growth and challenges in how to deal with this. A little statistics that I wanted to talk about just in terms of the scope of the industry. The United States in 2090, and the statistics that we have are always askew, but it takes a couple of years for it to catch up. But in 2008, 48% of all international trade was transported by sea. 12% of the domestic trade was transported by water in the United States. And it represents about $30.9 billion of gross output and employment of 250,000 workers, and that was done by the Maritime Administration. More recently, a Price Waterhouse study was produced by the Maritime Administration that said that the domestic maritime industry supports nearly 500,000 family wage jobs and generates close to $100 billion in economic output. And this sort of assessment, as I like to say, is those people that work in the industry, but those people that are connected to the industry. And maritime is not like rail. They can't get to Wyoming. They have to have a canal. They have to have a river. But they connect to those nodes. So the shipment of maritime cargoes is integrally connected to the terminal, to the railroads, to the trucks. So it's part and parcel. I've had an opportunity to visit most of the big ports there, and when you go into a meeting about a port, you're going to have railroad interest there, you're going to have trucking interest there, and you're going to have maritime interest, and you're going to have shippers there. But what I would like to talk, just in conclusion, because I'm wrapping up and I see the light is changing colors, is some of the policies that will impact the transportation challenges and that which the Quadrennial Review considers in the future. And I see these as substantial ones. Permitting issues. Permitting issues in the United States are changing. We've seen, for instance, they were trying to permit coal terminals on the West Coast, and for the first time, people were calling for life cycle emissions evaluations as part of the permitting of a terminal. Traditionally, when you looked at a terminal, you did an environmental review, you looked at the proximate and local issues related to what the population has, and you should address health and safety issues, but there are calls for now assessments of what the product that went through that terminal created in terms of carbon emissions, what it created while it was being transported, and what it will be assessed to be used for in the future. And this is an issue that will be problematic for the transportation world as they go through the issues of permits. You've seen it with LNG, where we've never exported gas. We can't. It's a one-way. It's a stranded product. But we're looking at that possibility. Permitting, the permitting process, and the challenges of how we do this is going to impact how well we can continue to drive energy production in the United States. Oil and gas production in different areas of the United States, whether or not we do offshore production in the South Atlantic. But one thing I would stress is that all of these challenges and changes have potential growth. And so how we as a nation choose to take steps to address those will affect whether or not we can capitalize on the resources that we have and potentially can use both domestically and internationally. It's funny, when you looked at the balance of our trade, the biggest gap that we have is energy. And now we're getting to a point where we are going to be potentially exporting energy, and that's a big change. So with that, I'll let everyone get to the questions and get out of here. So thanks.
Okay, we're running a little behind, so we have basically room for one question. So I'm going to ask the most important question is, QER really taking on a huge task. From the Maritime point of view, what is your advice for them? What could you offer them in terms of words of wisdom, recommendations, advice? Marty, we'll start with you.
Words of wisdom. A national freight policy is certainly the route we need to head down. We've heard today about the congestion on the rail, the congestion on the roads. There is capacity in the inland waterway system. That capacity needs to be utilized. We can and will get through this maintenance issue. These locks and dams weren't built in a day. It's going to take time to repair them. But the capacity is there, and the inland waterway system has to be part of that. The collaboration between these agencies is critical, between the Department of Transportation, Energy, and the Army. You stop and think about it, the Department of Transportation primarily is involved with air, rail, and interstate. They do have a MARAD division, but it's not a very large division, but yet the Corps of Engineers is the one that maintains the entire inland waterway system. The collaboration between those government entities is crucial.
Great, thank you.
I think if you're looking for a good bang for your buck, a great return on investment for the nation, that the nation needs to invest in our ports and waterways. If you remember the slide we saw earlier that looked at the needs for the highway system and compare that to the number that was posted for the waterway system, it's rounding error is what it would take to turn this system into a system that will be reliable in perpetuity. You know, I hear that the discussion, and it was mentioned today, about 50 years. I'm here to tell you that 50, you're not quite over the hill yet. We have some 50-year-old assets that still has some life in them, but they do require a bit more maintenance. And you know, I think that we'll see some of those locks and dams serving this country very well when they cross the 100-year-old threshold if we put the proper maintenance into them and, where appropriate and necessary, recapitalize those systems. So we've got a plan. That plan was brought forth in the Word bill we've all talked about. It's time to implement that plan, to get on about the business of focusing on those things that need to be done now to keep the system reliable, and then continue that maintenance as we go forward to ensure that we're addressing the government's part of the equation in terms of marine transportation infrastructure. And we in industry will do our part and invest in our infrastructure and our people to ensure we meet the transportation needs of the nation.
Great, thank you.
U.S. energy production and resources are an opportunity for us. We are at a position in our economic development where we can take advantage of it, or we can lose opportunity. And I would hope that as you move forward that you make some recommendations, you identify what the impediments to safely produce and transport and utilize these resources. If we don't do it right, someone else is going to produce energy and natural resources and ship it to us.
Assistant Secretary Darcy mentioned today, and Secretary Fox mentioned the other day at his town hall meeting, about how they were working together with permitting and streamlining permitting, and that instead of looking at it sequentially, they're looking at it more concurrently. And I would suggest that it should perhaps not just stop at permitting, but it also should be with planning as well. When you look at the energy reports from the Department of Energy, the Corps does a series of reports on the Panama Canal expansion. Department of Agriculture, they do a lot of reports on grain mobility and even multimodal studies that relates to rail and waterways, which is important. And the U.S. Commerce does their own on their supply chain, and they have their own. So I think perhaps the U.S. DOT can pull all those folks in together, and in terms from a planning perspective, put together, as I suggested, not only a national plan, but also a North American and international plan as well.
I would echo what Marty said and say that it is especially true in the Chicago area. The projections for what the roads and the railroads will look like 10, 15 years down the road in terms of congestion with trucks and trains, of course, are really quite terrifying. And while that is going on, we have this capacity on the waterways. And to unlock, to really fully realize that potential does require investment in dredging, in the port facilities. But everything that Marty said is very true, and especially true for people like Kevin and myself who are looking at this from a local perspective.
Okay. I was told that I shouldn't shortchange you guys, and so I have one more question. I ran out of difficult questions, so I'm just going to ask about financing and paying for all this. The word, all of you have said that word is a good step forward, but I think most of you have said that it's not going to pay for everything. Where's the rest of the financing? Is there room for creative financing? How do you stimulate investment? Obviously, there is a good ROI in some respect on this. Where does that extra money come from? Marty, I want to start with you.
If I had that number, I'd be in Congress, or that answer. I hate to digress, we've heard about Olmsted Lock and Dam. When you get a facility that's authorized for $775 million in 12 years and the final cost is $3.1 billion in what will almost be 28 years before completion, that's what started the whole problem on not recapitalizing our inland waterway infrastructure. We put together a capital development plan with the Corps back in 2010. Parts of that are in WRDA, and that's where we, our industry said enough is enough. We've shared our portion of Olmsted. As far as the funding, the public doesn't realize what this inland waterway infrastructure does for them. To move a ton of freight, $11 a ton on average, less expensive than truck or rail, keeps your electricity bill lower. It keeps your fuel costs lower. It keeps your white goods, your washers and dryers you buy at your house, because the raw materials that are delivered to build those is less expensive. It's not, everybody talks about billions of dollars. We need about $8 billion to, according to the 2010 schedule, to really make our infrastructure a lot more reliable and resilient. Think about the population of this country that benefits from the waterways, let alone the recreational, the municipal water intakes, everything else that I mentioned that is a ancillary benefit to the nation. So I wish I knew where the funding come from. We're willing to step up and pay more to help the problem. We just need to build some facilities on time and on budget.
For our coastal ports, the monies that are already, we're collecting a harbor maintenance tax, we're putting it into a trust fund, and we're not spending it on the work that tax is collected to pay for. And the WRDA bill puts forward a plan to increase the spending and get us to the point where we will maintain our coastal ports the way we should. To echo what Marty said, we need to step back and not just look at the inland waterway system as the inland waterway system, but we need to look at the nation's transportation system. And with reference to what we're talking about here today, our energy transportation system and infrastructure, and say, where do we put the money to get the benefits that we need? Right. There are many beneficiaries, and I submit one of the beneficiaries of a strong inland waterway system is the highway system that isn't having to accommodate the cargoes that move best by water. And so I think that we just need to recognize the national importance, as Marty said, and then have the national will to put the relatively modest investment we need into this system.
Okay. I would divide it into two segments in terms of financing, public financing for those elements that are controlled by the federal government or that they have the mandate to manage. On that segment, I would say that we have a problem in Congress, both sides, Republicans and Democrats. I've worked on transportation policies for 25 years, and for the most part, the industry and the shippers have been willing to both increase the amount of their user fee in gas for highway programs and maritime programs if those funds were used for infrastructure. And despite the fact that the industry and commerce and all of the folks are supportive of those members of Congress are scared to vote to increase that. And I think people need to put pressure on them and say, instead of taking no tax pledge, increase tax pledge, let's take a look at funding what we need to fund on both sides. And so that's the only thing that really is going to address the amount of funding that's needed for the public infrastructure. You can do some stuff with public-private partnerships and such, but that's necessary. And the industry supports it. On the private side, I think you have some issues with the permitting process. If we don't get that set up, as I mentioned, there was 5 coal terminals for export that were considered at one point. Now you're down to 3. And that's because that process, industry can't tie up their money for that long in trying to invest in something. They have to have some certainty on what their investment's going to go in.
Your question kind of reminds me of a question that we posed to Chief Administrator Chip Janik just a few months ago, and we asked him, what's the one thing that you think is really important and that you would try to do? And without hesitation, he said a Super Bowl commercial. If you don't get, because the inland waterways is deemed the inland, the invisible mode of transportation, I mean, it just serves to point out that, you know, it's unfortunate, but the inland waterway system and the navigation is so important to our national economy, and it serves to the point that it's just not respected and appreciated the way it should be. In terms of the WRDA bill, public-private partnerships was included. Congress did not go with the additional tax on diesel fuel, but instead they went forward with these 15 projects in the WRDA bill. General DeLuca, who's the overseer of the Mississippi River area, said, you know, last month, he goes, you know, you really need to, he challenged the state DOTs to think big. Take a step back and realize how important this is to the nation, not just to your own region, and perhaps suggested that these 15 projects be pulled in together as one so that we get that national attention. But nonetheless, there are 15 projects, and I think if you do a public-private partnership, you know, Congress is used to doing projects by incremental. I don't think you can do that with the Mississippi, because when you go to the shippers, you can't really advocate them to fix one particular lock and dam on the Illinois River, because they're going to want to know what's going on with all the locks and dams and the infrastructure all the way down to New Orleans. So it's a system approach, particularly on the inland waterways, that you've got to acknowledge, and it's a difficult challenge for public-private partnership. Perhaps the opportunities for public-private partnership could be under port development. That could perhaps serve to utilize the federal program. So but the key there is innovative financing is not funding. You have to come up with you have to pay back the loans from that you get to make the public-private partnership work.
I agree with what Kevin said. I mean, I think in particular the need for a systematic view on this on the funding structure, I think is very important.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much, panel. I'd now like to invite the EPSA representatives to come up to the... Oh, John Richards is coming up. Sorry, John. Okay, is Tucker Perkins in the room? Okay, how about Chris Smith? Okay. Jeff Petras? There you go. Petrash. Did I get it right?
Petrash.
Jeff
Petrash.
Okay.
I'm with the National Propane Gas Association, and I wanted to make a couple points for you. As the first panel noted this morning, and particularly Secretary Moniz and his colleagues, propane had a very difficult winter as a result of the grain harvest, the polar vortex, and really quite importantly, the replumbing of the energy infrastructure involving both natural gas pipelines and natural gas liquids pipelines. We are seeing a number of natural gas liquid pipelines going out of service into the market area. Most importantly, in the upper Midwest, the Cochin pipeline, which no longer will be bringing propane into Minnesota, Illinois, and Wisconsin. The result of that is that our business will have to look much more heavily at rail and at motor carrier modes of getting propane to these upper Midwest states. This past year, we had some significant difficulties with those modes of transportation as well, particularly delays with rail, and I think there's a real question about the capacity of the rail system and a real need for oil pipelines to be bringing oil out of the Bakken instead of the virtual rail pipelines. There is considerable concern in the upper Midwest about whether the rail system will be able to meet the heating needs of states like Minnesota and Wisconsin. Similarly on trucks, you heard about hours of service waivers that we had this year, and there have been 2 congressional bills expanding those powers in the spring and summer. But there's also a big issue about weight limits, which basically cannot be waived by the federal government almost anything short of a hurricane or nuclear war. And we had instances with trucks in Janesville, Wisconsin, not so far from here, waiting in line 12 hours to fill with propane from terminals, and then leaving with less than a full load because of weight limits. So the bottom line is, and we'll be submitting comments to you, both motor carrier and rail are extremely important for the winter propane situation, particularly in this area and further north, also somewhat less for New England. Thank you.
Okay, is Lee Hutchins? Okay, then I'm going to open it up. Is there anybody else who'd like to make any comments to EPSA here? Okay, then I'm going to officially close this meeting. Do you want to say some final words there?
Okay, yeah, I just want to point out that anyone who wants to add written comments, please submit them into the record. And all of the information presented today will be put together. And thank you very much for your input and for staying around and listening to the full thing.